Hey everybody, how's it going? What's up, Knowledge Sinkhole? You were first today. What's up, TPO? How you doing, Thunderwonk? No post office today. I will ship out tomorrow, I promise. Hey, thanks, Julio. What's up, Morty the Black? Good afternoon, Royal Tot. I am stoked for 3 more Dominaria drafts as well. I actually did a little better last night. I mean, what did I go yesterday? I was 4-6 and then 4-3 the last draft, so 8-9, not great. So I did one draft last night. I think I went like 7-2 or 6-3. So now we're somewhere like Platinum 2, Platinum 3 with one tier. So we'll see if we can make a little progress today. Might have to draft some of that Cuneo Mono Red. I actually hope not. But if it's there, like I said, I think it's a good deck. Yeah, Black White Historic can be good. It definitely requires like uncommons and rares to be good, but there's a lot of them, right? It's not like, you're not going to put together a good Black White Historic deck out of just the commons. Like if your best cards are Trappers and like, Suntail Hawks or whatever and stuff, and removal, that's not going to be a good deck. But it's not like it's dependent on any one given uncommon or rare. You just need to pick up Quendis and Danithas and Arvads and all the different powerful uncommons that can go in that deck. I'm going to get started. So, thanks everybody who's here early and on time. I know I'm never on time, but Yeah, the decks are pretty high power in Dom in general. It's a grindy format, but it's not because the cards are weak. It's because there's lots of great removal and lots of 1/3s, and like aggression is just tough to pull off. We don't decide in advance, Pink Lotus. The draft decides what we're gonna draft. We just go where it sends us. Like I said, half joking, Dom all day again. Like I said, half joking about Cuneo's Red. Like I think it's a good strategy. Like he forces it partly for fun, partly because he thinks it's the best deck or whatever. I think it's a good deck, and I'll happily draft it if it's what's available to me in my seat. But I'm definitely not going to force it. Okay, so this rare is unplayable. Yargle is a lot more fancy than good. It's fine. It's playable in the right decks, but it's not actually that good. Kligo Skin Witch is good, but Llanowar Elf is better. So this is actually a pretty easy Llanowar Elf. This is a really bad pack overall. Llanowar Elf's the best card. I think Skin Witch is the second best card. You can make an argument for Jousting Lance because it's colorless, but a lot of the decks in this format don't really want a Jousting Lance. It's good in more than one deck. Like, it's good in Saprolings, it's good in white aggressive decks, it's good in red aggressive decks, but that's it. And, like, not that many of the decks are aggressive in this format. Yeah, Yargle's a meme. When I say fancy, probably isn't the right word. Flashy would have been a better word. It's a lot more flashy than it is good. Because, it's got a lot of power and all that. And listen, this card is not unplayable. Like, if you have synergy, like, if I have any, like, real historic or legendary synergy, Yargle's going in my deck. It's just not, like, very good. It's just a 5-mana 9/3. Okay. It's, like, over the top. That's a better word than fancy. Yeah, this is another horrible pack. I don't particularly want any of these cards. I think Mesa Unicorn is probably the best card. Maybe Sanctum Spirit if we end up with enough historic. This pack is really horrible, to be honest. Hey, what's up, Segun? Okay, so I'm going to take Unicorn. I think it's actually just the best card in the pack. It's an embarrassing second pick, but that pack was just truly horrible. So now we have an interesting choice. It's between the first two cards in the pack. With the whole draft to go, we can prioritize legendary creatures. Jaya's Immolating Inferno, if you cast it, you pretty much just win. It's just totally busted. But red doesn't have a lot of legendary creatures. Granted, white does, and we could play red-white from here pretty easily. Or we could take Valduk. It's still good. It's good in red-white. You can draft the equipment in the auras. It's good in red-green. You can draft the equipment in the auras. It's early in the draft. So I think it's a choice between Valduk and Jaya's Immolating Inferno. The Immolating Inferno definitely more busted if you get there. But I think the Valduk is safer, and if we go red-white, it's a legendary creature, and that deck wants all its equipment and auras and stuff, so I think the Valduk is the pick. Could be the Inferno. It's hard to evaluate those two cards against each other. Like, the Inferno is so game-winning, but you have to have a Legend in play to even cast it. Okay, here's a pretty easy Unicorn. I'm not happy at all with how this draft is going. I mean, Valduk's an okay third pick, nothing exciting. Unicorn should not be second or fourth pick. Llanowar Elf's an acceptable but weak first pick. We really just aren't seeing anything. Like, this draft is not going well. So, Unicorn number 3 or Lance. We already have a Valduk, so we want to pick up our equipment where we can. Unicorn is fine. I mean, it's the best of the common 2-drops for your white aggro deck. But given we already have 2, I think this is a pretty easy Lance. Again, pretty easy. Even Sentry. I like Cavalry that makes 2/2/2s better than Sentry. So this is your second best white common 4-drop. So that means it's not going to be something that you take too aggressively when there's a better common 4-drop in the same color. But that said, Flyers are good in this format. Even Sentry will probably make my deck. Sergeant at Arms is fine. I like that if you draw it later, you can kick it. But a 3-mana 2/3 is kind of a joke in this format. So it's not really a good card, but if you have ways to pump the team, or like it can be a mana sink for the late game, like I said, I think it's acceptable. I don't think it's exciting. So I think Bloodstone Goblin is going to be better than Sarah's Disciple. The only thing is we're not committed to red at all. Sergeant at Arms is good in green-white tokens if we do draft that. I mean, but we haven't seen any green. It feels like we pretty much are going to play red-white. Valduk goes well in the white deck. The white deck has legendary synergies, and it wants the equipment. So I think I'm going to take the Bloodstone. Just a little bit better of a 2/2. Make Cuneo smile. Okay, Aster Glider. White historic creature that's aggressive. These cards suck. I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super happy about drafting white-red aggro in this format, but it is a draftable deck. This pack went pretty poorly, but clearly we are seeing white. Hopefully packs 2 and 3 will go better. I mean, remember, it's not like I'm trying to draft what I drafted. What cards did you want me to take out of these packs, right? These packs have been awful. Okay, so Ariel is broken, but it's not like Multani or Siege Gang. Like, there's a lot of removal in this format. It dies to removal a lot of the time. If it lives, it's very game-winning, and it's a 4-mana 4/4. It's a good card. I mean, like I said, it's first pick. It's broken, but it's not necessarily like switch colors for, because it just dies a lot of the time. That said, what would we take for white-red out of this pack? Sergeant at Arms, Memorial, Gideon's Reproach? Like, this pack's pretty bad for us. I mean, Gideon's Reproach is okay. It can allow you to keep attacking, and I do like Memorial to prevent Flood. But Ariel is a lot better than those cards. My red is... I'm definitely not committed to my red at all. So, I guess I'm going to take Ariel. If we get a Skittering Surveyor, we can always just splash it. It's single black. If we don't see red and we do see black, like, imagine... Like, this pack now, we're going to take Goblin Barrage. But just imagine that was an Eviscerate or Settle the Score, and there was no Goblin Barrage. I would have to take a Benelish Honor Guard, because there's no other red or white cards if this Barrage... Well, Skizzic's, like, medium. But I would much rather take Eviscerate or Settle the Score. As it is, we didn't get past Eviscerate or Settle the Score. We got past Goblin Barrage, which is a fine card. You're an aggro deck. You can sack one of these artifacts and deal the final 4. It's not great, not horrible. Perfectly fine. Arvad, another one of those uncommons for the white historic deck, but again, think we're white-red aggro. CLOA is good removal for defensive decks, but not for aggressive decks, because it only kills tapped creatures, and unlike in M21, when I like Swift Justice, even in aggro decks, people aren't attacking back and forth in this format. Usually, if you're aggro, they have a late game or a value-oriented deck, and you're trying to kill them. So I'm going to take Courser. Courser's really good in this format. Like I said, the format's slow, which means Flyers are at their best. Courser pretty much has to be killed, or blocked at least. Like, if they have a Cloud Reader Sphinx out to stop it from attacking. Otherwise, you pretty much just win if you're an aggro deck and you have an unchecked Courser on turn 3. Okay, easy Icy here. Not sure what that's doing in the pack 3rd pick or 4th pick. Look, I mean, I think Icy is very good. I think it's a bit overhyped because the fact that I'll first pick it over almost anything because it's colorless. Once I have colors, there's plenty of cards I take over it, but it's first pick quality card. I mean, this is like on, once you have colors, this is still on par with like, Shiv and Fire type first pick cards. And given it's colorless and anybody can use it, I don't know what it's doing in the pack 4th pick. Okay, I'm going to take a second Valduk, and that's important because now that I have 2, I'll really prioritize any further equipment and auras. I wouldn't want to stick a random dub in my deck necessarily, just because I have 1 Valduk, but now that I have 2, I'm definitely willing to do it. These cards don't super matter. Adamant Will is a fine combat trick. If we end up a little short or whatever, it's an acceptable playable. It's not an exciting card. There's the dub again. This card's fine in aggro. I've got plenty of 2-drops, as you can see. It's not great in this format like it is in M21, but with 2 Valduks and a bunch of 2-drops, I'm going to play a dub, so I'm going to take it. Lava Runner's good if it's going to be a 2-2 haste, and bad if it's going to be a 1-2. So let's just check our spells. Barrage, Will, that's it. Okay, we have next to no spells. Lava Runner's never going to be a 2-2 haste, realistically. I'm just going to take another Glider. I'm going to grab Memorial over Sergeant at Arms here. We do have Fury in the board, but we don't want to have to play that in this deck unless we have more synergy than just 1 Lava Runner. Memorial over Sergeant here. We do have enough playables. Memorial gives us value out of the land slot. I love that. Radiant Lightning, okay. Filler, maybe we'll play it, maybe we won't. Frenzied Rage is another fine aura to put on your early stuff. It's not great. Auras aren't great in this format. There's a lot of bounce and removal. But again, with 2 Valduks and a bunch of 2-drops in an aggro deck, I'll probably play like 1 copy of Frenzied Rage, 1 copy of Dub. The triple Esther Glider is not necessarily going to make our deck if we don't get any historic synergies like Trappers. But a 2-1 flyer for 3 in this format is actually not that bad if you're aggro, because again, like it's a slow format, little aggressive flyers are pretty powerful. Now, granted, the reason to run these is generally because you have historic and or artifact synergy. So, I mean, like, you can expect that I probably won't play them unless I get that. But, I mean, they're filler otherwise. There's some of that artifact and historic synergy. This can buy back a dead Esther Glider, and it gets +1/+1 whenever you cast one. That's the kind of card I was talking about that makes you want to play them. Because Icy's probably never going to die, so we're not getting it back. But the Gliders get answered, and then you buy them back with the Archaeologist, and it's great. So, this is a pick between the Archaeologist, it's a lot better than Tiana, I think, or Skittering Surveyor. The Surveyor means we can splash the REL. So, that's why it's a close pick. I think I'd rather just have the good on-color 4-drop. I mean, this deck doesn't need Surveyor very badly. It's an aggro deck. I'll still play Surveyor, but it's not as good. I think Daring Archaeologist, we can definitely put those Gliders in now, or some of them, and then it looks pretty good in our deck. So, get to Chronicler if you're getting back spells, but we already checked our spell count. We have very few. Now, granted, it's not like the Lava Runner. You just need 1 spell in your yard by turn 6. But it's also a split card because it's a 2-mana 1/3, so it can block well. And we don't need that with our aggro deck. So I think we just take this Call to Cavalry. This is a nice 4-drop. It goes wide in a format with a lot of removal. It gives you multiple bodies to equip and enhance and so on. So I think Call to Cavalry, not a great second pick, but I think it's a card we want. Easy Quende. I like this card a lot. I mean, I don't think we have a lot of First Strike, but it works well with Jousting Lance, and I would love to pick up another Jousting Lance. And so, all in all, a 4-mana 2/2 Double Strike is like a fine card on its own. And then it also triggers the historic stuff and works really well with the Lance and so on. None of these cards look too impressive to me. I think it's an opportunity to pick up another 2-drop. We haven't got one for a while. We're not like in desperate need, but we are an aggro deck. We do want a couple more. So now I think, and yeah, it works with Dub as well. Good point, more to the black. So, and Math Corey J. Math Core J. So now I think we can pick up another 2-drop. I know Champion, if you're going to play all these auras, looks fancy, but we're not going to play that many, and we want to put them on Valduk and whatever anyway. So I think we just take Benalish Honor Guard for the better 2-drop here. These cards really just don't matter. I'll grab a backup 2 mana 2/2 no ability. Not planning to play it. Again, I don't think these cards matter. I mean, we're only missing like one playable for the rest of the way. And if I have to put in another glider, I don't even mind now that I have Archaeologist. I don't think there's any way any of these cards are going to make our deck. Whatever. Well, we're not seeing red and white this pack. But again, none of these cards are going to make our deck. Familiar, if we need a playable, could. I mean, we do have a decent amount of Historic to lessen the cost by 1. So now there's Dub or Benevolent Honor Guard. We have 1, 2, 4, 5 2-drops, but we also already have a 2 mana 2/2. We have a Dub, a Lance. I think we just want another Dub here because we can always stick the other 2 mana 2/2 in, and we have double Valduk. I would like, honestly, to see another Jousting Lance pretty badly, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I would happily even play a Short Sword, given the double Valduk. Oh, there it is. Picked up another equipment. Life is good. Asking ye shall receive. Jousting Lance is a lot better than Short Sword in this format, but still a playable equipment if you have double Valduk. So we're probably going to play any 2/2s with all of our like equipment and auras. So this Familiar we don't need. We're not lessening the cost of anything. Our curve ends at 4. I would normally play 17 lands with the Memorial, but I think with the best of 1 hand smoother, 16 is probably going to be fine. So that gets us right there. So we got to cut like 2 cards. See if we have anything bad. Quite a few 4s, but they're not really cuttable, so I think the 6 4s top of our curve are staying. If we're going to 16 lands, we could certainly take out Sergeant at Arms. We don't really do anything with going wide. We don't need to kick it. Raider's an okay 4-drop, but it's worse than the 6 I have. I want to play all the 2s because I've got the double Dub and the double Frenzied Rage. I think we want to be cutting like a 3 or a 4, one of our more expensive cards. I just don't see how it's even possible to cut any of these 4s. They're all quite good. Aven Sentry probably in 6. Keldon Overseer's cuttable. We're never going to have 7 lands. It's nice to hit them for 3 haste once in a while. But I think that's worse probably than a glider. Because we have the Daring Archaeologist to get back the glider when it dies. Archaeologist is not like busted, but if you play a single Historic card after it, it's a 4 mana 4/4. And if it ever gets back an artifact, that's pretty awesome. And we have 2 gliders that will die, and then Jousting Lance and Icy if they have artifact kill. So I think Overseer's the cut. Let's get to battle. Keldon Raider's okay at preventing flood and stuff, but it's still a double red 4-drop. Like I said, it's playable. It's just it would be worse than all the 4-drops we have. And we already have 6 that we want to play. So easy mulligan, easy keep. Just going to bottom the weaker of the 2 like creature enhancers. We got to keep our 2 creatures or 3 lands. And then between Jousting Lance and the card I put on the bottom, it's easy to keep Jousting Lance. Especially because we don't have a 2-drop, so we'll just cast the Lance on turn 2. Looks like we're playing against another white aggro deck. Just going for it. We can start suiting up that Valduk, maybe win quickly if they don't have anything. If we dub it, if they attack us for 4, we can dub it and hit them back for 8. So now they can't kill it with white-white if I don't attack, but there is the risk of Gideon's Reproach and Seal Away. So what I think I'm going to do is move the Lance to it, but not attack with it. I understand they have a first striker up. I can't do anything with that right now. But I can play the Courser later. I could have played the Courser there instead and then done this later. But if they ever cast something, I'm going to dub it. I'm going to get 2 3/1s. Those can attack into the night because who cares if they eat it. Like now they can't block the Valduk profitably. So now I can attack with the Valduk if I put dub on it because the night doesn't stop it. So kind of moving in here, but I've got a bunch of flyers to finish them with otherwise. And they're either chumping or taking 7, so I'm probably killing a creature, and then they still take 3. And remember, if they do somehow kill this, Gideon's Reproach only does it in combat, so they have to have, like, Seal Away or something right now. But even if they do, the Jousting Lance just sits off to the side. It's not a huge deal. And yeah, that doesn't stop it, so now we can get our beatdown on. Life is good. They're in chump block mode, and they're taking 6. They surveyored up a land after missing land drops, so they have to top deck a land to cast Blessed Light if they're holding that. Hopefully they're not holding that, because it looks like they did top deck a land. I'll happily block a 2/2 here, because if they play a pump spell to kill the Courser, they're not interacting with the Valda. Well, another 3/1. Don't mind if I do. Plus, that gets me past Gideon's Reproach, so I'm very happy about that short sword on the Valda. They should be pretty much dead here, I think, unless they have Seal Away, which is an uncommon. I can't specifically put them on. And they just don't have, because they would have just killed this when it was tapped on their turn, rather than waiting for it to attack. They might have had Gideon's Reproach, but Short Sword gave us that 5th toughness, so they couldn't Reproach Valda. The difference between Gideon's Reproach and Seal Away there being, Gideon's Reproach has to hit it when it's attacking, or blocking. Seal Away can hit it on their turn when it's tapped. So, like, they don't have to leave their mana up for Seal Away. I hit them, they take the hit, but then they can kill it while it's tapped on their turn. Gideon's Reproach can only hit it when it's attacking. So, so they never had an opportunity to Gideon's Reproach my Valda. And Seal Away is the uncommon, Gideon's Reproach is the common. So we're trying to play around Gideon's Reproach there. Alright, so we're going to probably barrage that next turn. For this turn, we could play the Frenzied Rage, in which case we hit for 4 and gain 4. Or we could play the Glider. The Unicorn's just sitting back doing nothing otherwise. I think since it has lifelink, it's a really good target for the Frenzied Rage. So let's go ahead and take the 4-point life swing. Maybe they have removal, maybe they don't. Blue doesn't have a lot of ways to kill things here with this mana. There are some. First and foremost, let's attack, see if they do anything. Their mana's up. I probably won't try and barrage the Tempest Djinn now unless they do something. You know, we're winning the race, obviously, if we're hitting for 4 and gaining 4. Now that their mana's tapped, I'm going to get the big flyer out of there. Alright, let's see. So we drew Archaeologist, but we'd like to give them the opportunity to kill Glider before that. But for this turn, I think we want a double spell. Both these creatures are active right now. So I think it's pretty clearly just play those two. Yeah, it's a lot, Davis Shark. I drafted this format a lot when it was out because I enjoyed it a lot. I don't know the answer. Probably like 500. Okay, no real decisions. I mean, I guess I have to decide whether to send Knight into Lava Runner or not, but I'm going to do it. I don't think we're really going to enhance this, so I don't mind the trade, clearing a blocker out of the way. Then post-combat, which creature to drop? Let's go with 2 2/2s. Okay, this turn I'm going to drop Glider and Lance because I kind of want to give them the opportunity to counter or kill the Glider before I play Archaeologist. I'm not saying I'm going to wait for that forever. It's not that big of a deal to get back Glider. But as long as I'm using all my mana and everything, like, who cares? So that kind of stunts me on the ground. But this is actually going to lethal them next turn if they don't have anything. Quende gives double strike to everything with first strike. Jousting Lance gives this first strike when it attacks. So it's 8 points in the air. And so they did have something, but as I talked about, now I can get it back. That said, we could end up losing to those flyers because my glider can't block theirs. This is a tight one. Next turn, if I put the lance on like a 2/2, do I have lethal? What if I cast glider to pump this? 4, 6, 8 exactly. So we need them to not have anything. If they have 2 lands, we win. But if they play something, I have to draw a flyer or removal or I lose. Okay, and that's a blocker. So now we have to draw flyer, removal, or something, or I think we lose. I can't block the gliders. Unfortunately, mine can't block theirs. Jousting Lance and Dub. Jousting Lance and Glider. Basically, we can get about... We have to get all of these to 4 power. I don't think we can do that. I think we're like... We're gonna be able to hit them for about 6 here, but not 8, right? There's just no way to do it. Yeah, we're just dead. Close game. Dominaria came out before the London Mole. Yes, that's true. Yeah, but they would just block whichever one had double strike, even if we did that. So there was no way we could win once they played the blocker. I'm not saying, oh, they had a blocker. Like, they're probably going to have a blocker. But if they did have 2 lands left at the end, we could have won. They needed to do one more thing. What does remastered mean? I heard a Maquette remastered is coming, but what does, like, remastered even mean? So here, we can't attack if we don't equip. If we do equip, we can drop Warcaller. If we don't equip, we can drop Glider, but then we're missing 3 damage right now, so seems almost like a no-brainer. If we can hit for 2 and play Glider, that's probably better than hitting for 3 and playing Warcaller. But if our choice is hit for 0 and play Glider, or hit for 3 and play Warcaller, I'm going to hit for 3 and play Warcaller. Gotcha. Well, that makes some sense. I mean, we'll see what the draft format is like, but I mean, okay. I don't have an inherent problem with that. Okay, so again, I think we're just going to clearly attack with the 3/3, see what they have. If they do anything, drop Glider. I'm not really scared. Like, if they fungal infection and then double block or something, yeah, I'd trade the Honor Guard with just a fungal infection, or if they play, like, a trick. But, like, again, the sword doesn't, like, leave play. So, really, who cares? They're just killing my 2-drop. It doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, it's weird to chump block at that high of life. Reasons would be, like, if they're going to bring it back profitably, like, if they have a soul salvage and they figured, like, whatever, I'll take this opportunity to sack it to gain 3. But, yeah, that was a weird block. Usually you're not chumping. My general guideline for chump blocks, I don't even think about them until the creature would kill me in, like, 2 hits, generally. Okay, that can't profitably block anything. So I'm just going to attack and play Quende. No need to Frenzied Rage anything this turn. I maybe should have played it pre-combat because it would have pumped the Benevolent Honor Guard's power. I mean, they chumped it anyway. But I could have dealt them 1 extra if they didn't chump. Okay, let's see. So that can grow to a 5/5. So it kind of stops all my ground creatures if I don't enhance them. I don't really want to, like, attack, let them block, and then finish it with Barrage. I guess that might lethal them. Let's say they kill Quende and Honor Guard. They take 4, they're at 7. Barrage puts them to 3. I kind of think I just want to out... They probably have 1 removal plus a block. I kind of think I just really want to alpha here. Barrage is a sorcery, so I can't respond to them pumping. So the Quende's already dealing 4 and the Honor Guard's dealing 4. So what I'm going to do is put the Frenzied Rage here on the Warcaller so that it's a 4-power threat as well. And then I'm just going to attack with everything because if I force them to use their removal on my non-flyer, like on one of the 4-power creatures, and then they block another one, they're still taking 6, and then they also still have to deal with the flyer. And don't forget, like, Barrage goes to the player. We can always sack Short Sword. So if I get them to 4, they're dead. Also, as happened, if we choke their mana, like, they cast Sprout Swarm. They had to cast that, Spore Swarm. But now they only have 1 black to pump. And so the Dreadshade can only get to 4/4, and all my ground creatures have 4 power. So the Dreadshade ends up not even blocking because they don't want to lose it. Life is good. We're drafting Dominaria, so win or lose, life is good. But life is especially good this game because we're winning. Pretty sure they're just dead. I don't really think there's a sweeper or anything. I mean, they could have, like, another Spore Swarm or something, but... 1 to 10, roughly a 10. Yeah, thanks, Miser Lou. Obviously, my deck isn't that good, but the packs were awful. This was, like, a really tough seat. So if I scrape together a decent aggro deck and get, like, a 5 and 3, I'm ecstatic, because this I saw, like, no good cards this whole draft. Sprout Swarm was disgusting. Time Spiral Block was a really good format, like, except for Sprout Swarm, which was actually just a disgusting Magic card. They're just Dobbs, right? Dobbs being dead on board. They block a 4 power, they take 4, 8, 10. Yeah, they're just dead. Everything is splashable, just means you gotta fight over Skittering Surveyor. Any format where Skittering Surveyor is the best common is a good draft format, because that card is a 3-mana 1/2 that searches for a land. Good enough. Not great since we don't have a red, but we've got turn 2 Knight, turn 4 Call. Hopefully we'll draw a Mountain or a white 3-drop. Hello. Alright, let's lead the one with more power, just in case they don't have a 2-drop. Thank you, Soup Dave X. Appreciate the 7 months of support. Thanks to everybody who subscribes. Appreciate the support for my stream. I don't want to trade a 3-1 for a 1-1. Just a little bit. Not that much, Davis Shark. The historic synergies are nice, but it's mostly good in this format just because of everything good being splashable. Eviscerate, Shivan Fire, Blessed Light, etc. Pretty sure we want to use 4 mana, not 2. So I'm not going to attack with the Goblin. I'll just play 2 2/2s. Tolarian Scholar's annoying for my current army, but I mean, next turn, I have Adamant Will. I could theoretically attack with all the 2/2s. Obviously, this game's not going exceptionally, but Jousting Lance is a nice draw. Now we can power up our 3/1. It was sitting around doing nothing because of the 1/1 tokens, but now it's a 5/1 First Striker. So if they want to block it, they're going to have to block it with a lot of creatures, and then we'll kill 2 or 3 of them. Will is adamant about attacking. Even though it looks like a knight with a shield. In reality, it's just, hey, I get to attack. Okay, nothing changed. We can't really send any of these, but I'll happily send the one with the lance, the First Striker. If they go for some kind of group block, we can Adamant Will. That said, do I really want to use Adamant Will to kill a 1/1 Sapperling and save my 3/1? I think I can do better than that. Let's just first strike out the one good creature. We're trading our 2-drop all the way up for that 5-drop. And then I'll let this go. Because we can move the lance. And then we have another good threat. Lance means they're going to have to deal with all our creatures. And even though we don't have that many, Memorial will also give us 2 more 1/1s. So while it's tempting to use your cards, we're not worried about using our mana because, well, we have a lot of lands and not many spells left to cast. And I don't think it was... I think we can do better with Adamant Will than using it to kill a 1/1 and have our 3/1 live. Hey, more lands, just what I wanted. Okay, so clearly we can attack with the one with the lance, not the one without. With a blue and a green open, like, they could blink without kicker. There's not, like, anything that really owns me. So if they double block with the good creatures, I'm going to Adamant Will now. Now our 2/2 will live and we'll kill both creatures. If they don't have anything. If they have blink, it's kind of bad. There's no reason to put blink in their hand here, though. Yeah, maybe I should have equipped the Goblin. Also, if they had blink there, I could replay the Goblin, whereas the token would be gone for good. I think it was still right to do it. There was no reason to put blink in their hand the way this game went. But, yeah, maybe the Lance should have been on the Goblin and not the 2/2 token. I love the Memorials. All of them but the red one are just nice cards that help prevent flood and are very useful in games of limited. And they're all pretty close. The red one is unplayable. The blue, green, white, and black are all just, like, solid cards. You're not first picking any of them, but, like, you're happy to include all 4 of those in any deck. Okay, so we don't really have a profitable attack except with the lanced creature. So now we'll chill, but Icy's a really nice draw because if they play anything big enough to stop this, we can Icy it. Okay, Icy's a really bad draw because now they can steal our Icy and stop our lanced creature. I kind of just helped them. For now, what are you going to do? Let's tap a blocker. That's a pretty good draw, because now I'm going to have the Lance creature and the Courser, and they can only tap one of the 2. I think getting trades here are probably good for me. Now that they can stop the Lance creature indefinitely, I don't want to just let them chump with a 1/1 this turn. I think I'm going to move the Lance over to a 1/1 so that I can attack with it and both 2/2s. If they want to double block and block, then they only take 3. And we kind of clear out some creatures. I don't have anything that pumps my team or anything. I just need creatures in play to lance up. But I want to get in the 3 damage this turn. They may have ways to sack those for profit or things like that. we'll draw another 2/2 sooner or later. I mean, we've already drawn half the lands in our deck. So now they either tap the lance creature and take 2 in the air, or they tap the courser, and then I attack with a 3/1 first striker. So we're still in a winning position. Obviously, we're not winning by a lot if they have anything, but definitely still in a winning position right now. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, so now I can drop Quendi. They have to tap. The lance creature can attack, but I can't attack with the flyers because they have a 4/4 flyer. So, yeah, now we're in a losing position. Now we have to draw something to deal with that Drake. So we can't attack. Post-combat, we can move the lance to have it on D. Don't think it makes much of a difference, but why not? No, you don't main deck Artifact Kill in this format. I guess the lance on the Glider means next turn I can threaten to attack with Glider and Quende. I can always do it next turn. I have 7 mana. The Glider can't block. That's why I didn't think to put it on it there. But you're right. The Glider is a likely home for the lance next turn. But also, like, I don't even think I have a 5-mana card in my whole deck. So the Glider can't block, and I can always move the lance now. Also, the lance creature, let's say they tap Quende. I can attack with, like, Glider, Courser, and the lance creature. If they block Courser, they take 5. Yeah, that's not good. So, alright. If I trade Quende for the Drake, I'm good with that. On the ground, I guess Quende will trade for a ton of the small creatures. That doesn't super help me, but I guess it's enough. Because, like, it's not like they can block it with, like, 2 1/1s and Arcanist, because I would just first strike out the 2 1/1s. So they have to block it with, like, 3 1/1s and Arcanist or something. Navigator's Compass is one of the only fails of this format. I think Navigator's Compass should have been Traveler's Amulet. Traveler's Amulet's really slow, but this format's slow. And then you'd get the historic synergies off the amulet, so it would actually be kind of interesting. That's one of the only fails, I think, in all of Dominaria. I think the Compass should have been Traveler's Amulet. I don't like that they're not icying. I feel like this Oops is entrapment. Like, maybe they have, like, the Kicker 4-mana spell that gives +2/+2 permanently to all their stuff, and they're just going to destroy me. I guess I'm in bad shape regardless. I could just send a Glider, and then if they have nothing, the Glider's hitting for 8 Double Strike or Eating Drake. If they have that card, then they can just eat Glider but not destroy my whole team. Well, looks like they didn't have anything, so maybe it was a legit Oops and not entrapment. I mean, I attacked anyway. There's not really much of a difference. Like, there's not really a lot of greatness to sending Quende there. I attacked the Glider for the 8 points of damage or the Eat the Drake. So now they're at 2, so at least we have outs. We can top deck Goblin Barrage at the very least. Okay, does Valda do anything? If we put the lance on it, it gives us an extra creature. But, I mean, they have Candle and everything, so we're not killing them here, I don't think. So, Glider's a lethal threat if not blocked or killed. They have 3 ways to interact in the air. Quende, so we can attack with, like, Courser, Quende, and Glider and give flying to the Quende, but that's not enough, so we can't kill them here. Are they going to kill me when the song goes off? 4, 8, no, that's even 13, not 15. So for now, what can we do? Not much. I guess all we can really do here is let them Candle and Icy, are two real threats. Just going to send Quende here because if I trade it for multiple creatures or the Drake, I'm happy. They're probably just going to Candle it. But then we can play Valduk. I don't think we can win unless we finish them, but they're at 2, so at the very least, Goblin Barrage kills them. So we have at least 1 out every turn. And then, of course, we might just sneak in the damage in combat. They have 5 creatures, we have 5 creatures, and they're at 2. But they have Icy. Come on, Goblin Barrage. Or land number 11, just what I needed. I think I'm dead. Well, if they don't have anything, they're dead in the air, right? So I guess we gotta go for it to make them have something. I can attack with the 3-1, the Courser, and the Glider, and give flying to the 3-1. If they have anything, they win, but if they have nothing, we actually win now. Oops. I pay my actors, and if anybody would like to become a paid actor to dump to me on stream, just shoot me a message. I pay well. My actors are allowed to unionize. I'm pro-union. I support all that. So, you know, you have benefits. You're paid well. Shoot me a message. I would pay in wildcards, except they're not transferable. Okay, so how many good draws do we have? 8 planes. Blood Goblin, that's our only red 2-drop. That's 9. Most of our... We have more white than red. Oh, yeah. Matching is 2% up to 1k. So, yeah, we have like 9 or 10 good draws. That's not enough to keep, so we're going to maul. Okay, this hand's not good, but it's better. Put back, like, the weaker of the 2 creature enhancers. I mean, clearly we're not going to put back a land, Valduk, or Pegasus Courser here. So it's just a debate between Dub and Frenzied Rage number 2. Full health, dental, vision, hearing, all the good stuff. I take care of my paid actors. Today I'm just going to do 3 best of 1 drafts again. Just like yesterday, we're working on that ranking, try and get to Mythic. Not going to happen today, maybe tomorrow. Okay, so I think we want to get Valduk down, but I also really... This is an interesting spot because I have a Lifelinker, so I'd really like to build that up, but I also have a Valduk, and I'd really like to build that up. I think right now, Dub on the Lifelinker just makes too much sense. They have no block. We get our 4 life right now, our 4 damage right now. We're trying to race their 3/4 flying lifelink. Also, if we draw a land and they don't interact, we can drop Quende, and this is a double striker. So that'll be an 8-power lifelink double striker. That would be sweet. They put an end to those shenanigans, though. So, now we'll try again with Valduk. I mean, granted, the 3-1s can just be 8 by this. Is it even optional to make them? No. Oh, they don't have to attack. So, because I was going to say, that wouldn't even really work for me. So what do we want to do? I can Frenzied Rage it and hit for 5 if they have nothing, but the 3-1's not even attacking. That seems like a pretty poor use of mana in the turn. I think I'm just going to drop Quende. My other creatures can't really attack into this. So Quende is like a reasonable threat for now. Goblin Barrage is a good answer to this, but I don't have very many. Adamant Will would be a good draw. Goblin Barrage would be a good draw. Jousting Lance or Short Sword would be pretty good. For now, I guess just put stuff out. I don't think it really matters. I'm going to use my mana and put creatures in play, but they're not really attacking or blocking. I guess theoretically I could double block that with Sentry and Courser. 3 mana 2/3 is a joke, but no creature with Onsera's Wings is a joke. Once you put Onsera's Wings on anything, it becomes a real threat. Now, Onsera's Wings is not amazing because there's a lot of removal in this format. I have a very removal-light deck. Again, I think I'd rather just use 4 mana than 3. Nothing we really do matters at this point. Again, we're not definitely going to lose. We're in bad shape, but Goblin Barrage or Adamant Will can turn this game around, potentially. On board, we can't really do anything. I think I just have to get the Unicorn out so that we can try and Frenzied Rage it. I don't really see how I have any choices. Frenzied Rage on the Valduk does very little with them at 37. Frenzied Rage on the Unicorn, if they don't have anything, I start gaining for a turn. Unfortunately, it's Syncopate number 12, so I guess I can attack and gain 2 to not be dead, which is better than conceding, because if we top deck Goblin Barrage, we can still win this game if they don't have anything. Even though it's only the one card, I mean, 1 in 24, not 1 in a million. Well, no Barrage, but maybe they'll block now with the Sergeant. We drew Will. See what happens here. Yeah, they were smart enough not to, but we can still live. We're going to 4. Pegasus Courser plus Adamant Will isn't big enough to take out the Sergeant, but it could block it and survive for a turn. The question now is, do we use the Will on the Unicorn? Then we can attack with it again, but unless we draw a way to enhance it, the Sergeant's just going to eat it. I think we just let this go. Put out our Courser. If we draw, like, Short Sword, we can put Sword on Courser plus Adamant Will to take out the Sergeant. Oh, we're just dead. They have too many flyers now. So by a Canary, we were dead, but assuming they aren't sniping, which I don't think they are, they're not going to just attack with both creatures necessarily. Imagine we play a removal and like we end up eating both creatures or something like that. When they played the Sphinx too, I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, now we're dead. You're welcome. Thank you for tuning in, Julio Martini. I mean, I'm going to be Dominaring as long as Dominaria is up on Arena. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Ty Ben Venuti. Appreciate the support. Clutches, Fight with Fire, or Eldest Reborn? What's up, Legend? Definitely not Eldest Reborn. I mean, the only reason that's even in consideration is because it's splashable. But Clutches and Fight with Fire are possibly like the two best uncommons in the set. I think Fight with Fire is just the best. And Fight with Fire is even splashable too, I mean, on the front end. And so, like, if you only have, like, let's say you have, like, a Surveyor and 2 Mountains, yeah, you're not going to have both to kick it that often, but once in a while, by the time you have 9, you will. But you can always just play it for a red and 2 and kill any creature, basically. So, I think Fight with Fire is my pick there. Alright, let's see if this mediocre hand can beat the Sandy Man. Maybe if we stop drawing mountains and start drawing spells. Again, I don't see any reason right now to trade my 3-1 for their 1-2. Maybe we'll draw an equipment or an aura. Maybe we'll stop getting super flooded with our 16 land deck with a spell land. The reason I'm attacking now is because 2 1-2s can double block a 2-2. And so now we have a reason to make a little bit of a trade down. Firstly, these are going to turn into 2-2s anyway sooner or later. I mean, they already have one spell in the yard. But before I was like, well, I'm not going to trade because let me see. Maybe I'll top deck an equipment, a short sword, or something like that. But now that I'm making 2 2-2s, I don't want to let them double block a 2-2. Even though it's more mana efficient to crack the Memorial, we're not worried about spending our mana efficiently since we have 8 lands and no more spells in hand. And on this thing stops the 1-1 tokens, but it doesn't stop Unicorn. So that's why I played Unicorn there. And at this point, any trade is pretty much good for us because they have an equipment and we don't. So we're just going to keep pressing, dealing as much damage as we can. Pegasus Courser's a nice draw. Maybe we can finish them in the air. No real decisions, I think. I mean, if we trade a 2-2 for a 2-2, that's a good deal. They can't block the flyers. This doesn't give lifelink, right? Or first strike. Just vigilance and trample. Now that they're at 1, it's better to make 2 1-1s than play Quende. That's just an extra threat they'd have to deal with. I think this game is pretty much over. Okay, this opening hand looks okay. I mean, it's kind of underpowered, but we're never going to mull with both colors of mana, 3 land, 4 spells, and a good curve. Hopefully we'll draw Jousting Lance. Even like a short sword in a hand like with this curve would be fine. I swear I'm not psychic. I swear. So let's get the creatures out first. I don't think it really matters. We don't have any kicker. These are both just 2 mana 2-2s. No real choices. Just use our mana, curve out. You can play Lance and equip immediately on 5 mana, which we're only 1 land away from. We already have a 4-drop. I'll play it if I need to before that to get stuff in, but I'd rather use all my mana every turn if possible. Like, this can stop our Goblin for a turn. We want to put out a Flyer, which the Explorer doesn't stop. And then next turn we could unlock the Goblin by Lancing it, should they not play anything that makes that look unappealing. Alright, so now we have some decisions. Nothing for one white. I can lance the Sentry and attack with both flyers. If they trade Glider for Sentry, that's a pretty big trade up. I could lance the Goblin, send all three. They'd only have a block on one creature. We'd get to trade Sentries that way. I think trading Sentries is fine with me. So I think the best thing we can do this turn is just unlock the Goblin. If we lance it, they have like no block on it. And then Sentry can only block our Sentry, and we get in 6 damage. So, I mean, we could have denied them this trade, but I don't think we mind trades. We're not going to run out of creatures this game. We have 2 more in hand to put the equipments on. And we just really want to deal them as much damage as we can here, I think. So they have 6 up. What can they have? Blessed Light, Gideon's Reproach, Blink of an Eye. It's not like a flash thing, right? Oh, there's Wrath. The 4-mana 3/3 historic white-blue uncommon. That can eat Glider right now. So I think I'll drop Frenzied Rage on Glider. It's not great to do that into, like, Blessed Light, but then there's no way they can eat anything. Even if it's a 2-for-1, the Lance is staying around to pump all these small creatures into threats. Now, if they have Wrath, they're just chump blocking or trading or whatever. It's kind of weird they chose to Blessed Light that one, but I don't know why they did it. I thought they were likely to have Blessed Light. I just didn't really care if they Blessed Lighted the Glider instead, because then I'd get the 4 through, drop another Glider, and still have the Lance out. But I don't know why they would Blessed Light the one that has the Lance, which stays in play, as opposed to the Frenzied Rage, which would go to the yard. Okay, I don't know if they're actually dead, but I guess they are. Hey, with that rough of a seat, such bad packs, and we're already at 5-2, life is good. Oh yeah, this deck is not particularly good. Like, my curve is fine, I've got the enhancers, the Valdooks, but this was a really rough seat. We saw, like, almost no good cards the whole draft, so we just cobbled together a little white-red aggro. Yeah, Blue-Red Wizards and Black-Green Saprolings are pretty much the best decks that you put together out of just commons basically every draft. I'm not saying you'll have all commons, but I'm saying they don't depend on getting like a specific uncommon. Obviously, when you get Adalez or Slimefoot or whatever, they're broken in their decks. But those are decks that like somebody will be drafting in every pod, basically, because they don't require those cards. But I also think you can just draft Blue-Black Control and Black-Red Recursion and White Historic Aggro and Mono-Red or Heavy Red Aggro, and you can pretty much do whatever in Dominaria. That's partly why it's such a great format. Like I said, I drafted a Jund Ramp that I 3-0'd my top 8 draft in the beta qualifier at Grand Prix Vegas a few years ago. Like, I literally just drafted like a Jund Ramp deck with Darragaz and Karn and a bunch of removal and Grow from the Ashes and stuff like that. Yeah, Turtle combo, good point, Legend. Also putting Arcane Flight on Coldwater Snappers is a very real thing in this format. I like when there's synergy, but not all in on deck archetypes. Like, for example, synergy between, like, Sanitarium Skeleton, Bladebrand, or Bone Splinters is really cool, in my opinion. But, like, drafting Storm or cycling, you know, like, because of all the cycling payoffs or whatever, that's not interesting, in my opinion. I'm going to block. They probably have fungal infection or something, but I really just don't care. I have an army of creatures, and they're on the play, and they're already out in front. Even if like this combat doesn't go well, maybe that means they're not dropping Thallid Omnivore this turn or something. And like, I don't want to just take it and let them keep developing. I've got a handful of spells. I don't want to lose the game with all these spells in my hand. Looks like that was just a bluff. Cool. Okay, well, I'm going to attack and play Call the Cavalry. Like I said, they might have Spore Swarm or something. I don't really care. Goal right now is to cast things, not get run over. When you have a handful of spells like this, you just want to put stuff out. Theros wasn't bad. I liked Theros Beyond Death. It was grindy. Escape is good limited mechanic. I think it was pretty fun overall. See, this is an arena bluff. Because they had Spore Swarm in hand, it didn't just auto-pass. So I'm supposed to think they have, like, fungal infection or something. But if they didn't have Spore Swarm in hand, then it would auto-pass to me, so they wouldn't have bluffed. They made the bluff attack because they had an instant they could cast in hand. And they assumed I would value Valduk highly. And while Valduk is good, honestly, I just mostly concerned with not dying. Because, as you can see, they were on the play, they curved out. I've got a handful of spells, but I didn't have a 2-drop. So I'm going to attack with just the 2-2 because I don't want to trade Valduk for 2 1/1s, but if they want to trade 2 saps for my 2-2, I'm cool with that. They may have some sap synergies. I've got plenty of bodies. Then post-combat, I'm going to drop Quendair Sentry here. I think Sentry just to start attacking in the air. Thank you, M. Swan 1069. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks to everybody who supports the stream. Nah, they only had the Spore Swarm. They didn't have fungal infection. They're empty-handed now. Okay, so now they're empty-handed. If I dub the Valduk, the 3/1's a profitable attacker, but can I attack with a 5/4 first strike? So what happens if I put, like, everything on it? I can take 2, 1, 1, 1, and that leaves them 2 power, so they can't kill Valduk. So the answer is yes. I'm not going to send the 2/2, because then they can double block it with Scout and a 1/1, and that's a pretty bad deal for me. The 3/1 and the Valduk can attack, and then we'll just drop Unicorn. I'm not going to put Rage also, because they might top deck Eviscerate, and this Valduk's already a good threat, so we might want Rage for Quende or something else. I know it would do considerably more this turn, like an extra 5 damage, but I'd rather see what happens this next turn, because there's a lot of removal in this format. They could top deck Eviscerate, Vicious Offering, settle the score. And if they played a big creature and I was incentivized to Frenzied Rage the Valduk, I would. But they didn't. The Valduk's already a great threat that's going to end the game soon anyway. So I would rather just put the Rage elsewhere. So for now, the 1/3 is gone, so they no longer have any great blocks on the 2/2s. So I'm just going to attack with everything, see what they drew, what their blocks are. If they drew a land, their board's going to disintegrate here. They're going to take a bunch of damage. If they drew a removal, then it's not that bad for them. They can do like a double block, a trade. But I still have Quende and Memorial to have more bodies for Frenzied Rage. I didn't need to give the Valduk Double Strike because it doesn't have Trample. So, like, I mean, if they take 5 from it, cool. If they put a single 1/1 on it, that stops it, even if it has Double Strike. If Valduk had Trample, I would have played Quende pre-combat. But for now, I'm cool with them taking 5 from it. If they don't have removal, I don't feel a need to show them Quende pre-combat. Because again, if it had Trample, then it would be a 10-power Trampler with Double Strike, effectively. So then if they put a 1/1 in front of it, they'd still take 9. It would be a huge deal. But Double Strike doesn't really do anything if they have a million chump blockers out. Okay, Fungal Plots, so they can make 2 1/1s, then sack them after blockers to gain life. What do we want to do? We're going to have the 3-power Trampler. So they're effectively at 4. Then they can chump these 2 creatures. But we don't have any more creatures to play this turn. What happens if I play the Lance, sack it, barrage, the Envoy, and them? They go to 3. They're going to sack and gain 2, so they'll be at 5 and block. So they're not going to die then. What if I put the Frenzied Rage on the Valduk? Then they have to put 2 blockers on it. So let's say I Frenzied Rage the Valduk. I get 2/3/1 tramples. I can also barrage the Envoy, just not with Kicker. Then I attack with Quende, Valduk, and 2/3/1 tramples. I think that's lethal. They can't really block the Tramplers and sack and gain life. Yeah, that looks like lethal. If they double block the Valduk, they take 10. If they put one of the 1/1s on the Quende and sack it to gain 2, then they take 7, 10, 13. So I think this is lethal if I can still count in my old age. We have to do the Rage and the Barrage. If I do the Lance on the Valduk, they have 3 blockers. So then they can put a blocker on Quende, 2 blockers on Valduk. I mean, look, they're in a losing position no matter what. But then they're not lethal. Then they would only take 6, plus they would gain 2. So they would actually only take 4 and be at 3. But I think this play lethals them, because now with 2 blockers, they can block Quende or Valduk with Menace, but they can't block both. Hey, 6-2. We get 7 wins out of this seed. I'm going to be ecstatic. To be honest, 6-3 out of this seed, I'm already ecstatic. Okay, looks like we're playing White Weenie. No mountains, but no red cards. Definitely keeping this. I mean, this deck is not that good. Just like yesterday when I went like 2-3 with good decks and stuff, Best of 1 is really high variance. I tell the chat this day in and day out. I know most people listen to it. Some people, get stuck on the results. A deck is not in any way how good it performs in one run through of Best of 1. It's just not. Like, it's logical to want to draw conclusions from what happens, but at the same time, like, Best of 1 is high variance. You play like 6 games. Like, it just doesn't tell you anything. The same deck, if you play 6 games, can go 5-1, and then the next 6 games go 1-5. Like, you really shouldn't draw conclusions from the results of your Best of 1 run. If you do a ton of them, and the same type of decks perform well, okay, draw conclusions. But you really don't want to draw conclusions from, like, a Best of 1 run. So I'm going to tap a land during their upkeep. They only have 1 plains. They didn't play anything with 5 mana, so if we tap a land, unless they top deck a 5-drop, there's no reason to think this turn now they're going to play something. They have the same amount of mana now they did last turn. I don't particularly want to dub in either of these. They have to be holding removal. But short, or nothing, in which case we're winning either way. But short sword's a free roll because they don't have Turnus lag. If they kill one of my 2/2s now, I'll just move the sword over to the other one. And then post-combat, play the Unicorn. We still have the mana up for Icy. So now they played another white. Oh, I forgot to set an upkeep stop. I would have tapped a land. I forgot to set an upkeep stop. But that's okay. So, because they have plenty of mana, so we could always tap a blocker. I'm going to tap the white source because Gideon's Reproach. So let's see. Dub or glider. Seems like a pretty easy glider. Again, they're either holding nothing or spot removal, and they're hoping for better creatures to use their removal on. This time, let's set an upkeep stop correctly. They've got 2 white, 2 red, and 1,000,000 black. So, do we want to tap well, now I'll just tap the blocker. They have 1,000,000 mana. So I'm not going to tap a land since they fungal infection. Okay, and it's game if they don't have anything, and I'm going to go for it. I don't necessarily think that last card in their hand's a spell. And if it is, so be it. It's not like they're killing us on the backswing. They're just going to untap, play something or not, and then pass back to me. Sweet. 7-2 with the mediocre red-white aggro. Good start to the day. Running hot, unlike yesterday. And let's see what we can do in our second Dominaria draft. Whoa, and limited content all-star legend. Generously gifting out 5 subs. Thanks, Legend, for being a great supporter of my channel, and more thank you for being a great limited content producer. You as well. It's a small content community compared to Constructed, but we do what we can to, you know, grow the love for Limited, and I know Legend's been a big part of that with all the awesome YouTube videos in the stream, so, you know, I think everybody here probably already knows the people who are always pumping out Limited content, like me and Legend and Deathsy and Voxy and Newmont. But Kyle Rose, the Ham TV, if you're not familiar with him, he's got into the streaming game recently. You should be familiar with him. Okay, let's see. So yeah, Slimefoot is totally broken. It's even splashable because the ability is colorless. So if you play black-red, you pick up a Surveyor, you toss a Forest in your deck. The next best card in this pack is not close. Probably like Thallid Omnivore or Deathbloom Thallid. These two cards, it's like an enabler and a payoff. I think the Omnivore is more important to get because there's a lot of sapling production in this format. But you want to strike a balance between your enablers and your payoffs. Slimefoot is basically an enabler and a payoff all in one. This card is just totally busted. So let's take that. My second choice out of this pack would probably be like the Omnivore, maybe the Thallid. I think it's extremely close. Well, they want me to draft Saplings this draft. I started with Slimefoot. Now I'm getting past 4-Crown Thallid. Listen, you know I'm all about drafting the hard way, like last draft when necessary. But some drafts, you get to draft the easy way. Hopefully we'll see black-green, and we can just put together a block-constructed Saplings deck. Don't fight it, right? Drafting the hard way is for how you put together a deck in a difficult seat. But if you're going to first pick a busted Sapling uncommon and second pick another great Sapling uncommon, try and draft Saplings, right? Thank you, Donlin69. Appreciate the subscription. So no great saps here, but we can pick up a 4th pick Skittering Surveyor in case we want to splash. Also, we're not black yet. I mean, look, we're hoping to draft black-green saps, but if we do go green-blue, green-white, green-red, whatever, we can splash Slimefoot because we have Surveyor. That said, if they're going to send the sapling cards, we're going to take them. So the only question now is Thallid or Fungal Infection. Those are both pretty close. They're excellent cards. You definitely would want like a balance. You wouldn't want 5 Fungal Infections. You wouldn't mind 5 Thallids, but Fungal Infection is the kind of card the first copy of prevents you from getting run over, but if you draw 3 copies of, you might end up with one that doesn't do very much. We already have 3 drops, so I'll go with the Infection. First removal spell, and we already have 3 drops. Llanowar Envoy wouldn't make our deck unless we end up short cards, so I'm going to grab Fiery Intervention. I don't plan to splash Fire Intervention, but maybe we'll open fight with Fire, and then I'll also splash the Intervention. Also, we could still play green-red, splash black, if we don't see any more black, but we get late good red cards. Or we open, like, you know, Vexing Blade Wing, and we don't see any more black. Yeah, that's a great way to sum it up what I was saying, Jay Ameson. Like, you're never going to stick mountains into a black-green deck for Fiery Intervention, but if you do get, like, something that is worth splashing, now it's a late-game single-red removal, maybe you splash it too. Pierce the Sky is a good sideboard card, but we're doing best of 1. These cards don't matter. I'm never maining Pierce the Sky. So I guess, in case I go blue-green, I'll take, like, Syncopate. It's probably the most playable card in this pack. So, still no more real sap cards. I mean, it's creature deck. Soul Salvage ends up pretty good in it. Get back Slimefoot or whatever. If we did go red, green, splash, black, which is definitely still like plan B, we have a Fiery Intervention. Then there's Get You Chronicler, which is a pretty good card. But I think with Slimefoot and Spore Crown, we kind of want to be black-green like pretty badly because there's no Saprolings in red. They're all black and green. So I'm not going to force it, but I'm going to lean it, and I think I'm going to pass on the Chronicler. Turn 3 Sappered, turn 4 Thallid, attack for 5. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, First Eruption is really bad. That card was just a miss in design, I think. Another Slimefoot, I'm down. I'm not even that greedy. I'd be ecstatic to open another Spore Crown Thallid. I'd honestly be happy just to get a bunch of Thallid stuff. Like, you know, I don't even need any more of the broken stuff. I mean, I'd like it. But as long as I can just take Sapling cards every pick, I'll be happy. So Blood Liturgist ends up pretty good in the Sap stack like this. It's a way to get back Slimefoots and Thallids. And you can just sack, you know, Saprolings from, like, Sapherd and stuff like that. It's probably pretty close. I mean, if we take second Surveyor, we're good to splash whatever. Shalai is also a really good splash into this deck because the activated ability that's powerful is green-green, and it's single white to cast. So there's a lot of close cards here. We already have a Surveyor. We can take Shalai, which is a great splash into this deck. We could take Fight with Fire, which is not as good to splash because it's double for it to be powerful, but you can always play the front end for single red. We can take Thallid cards, Liturgist, Omnivore, Infection, or Surveyor. Kind of want this whole pack. I think I'm going to go with Shalai. It's a really powerful splash. The hexproof means they have to kill it, so it kind of protects Slimefoots and Spore Crown Thallids. And then if we're drafting Go Wide Saprolings, the green-green ability is really incredible. Auto Drafter knows what's up. Unlike the last pack, this pack's not that exciting, but Fungal Plots is good in the Sap stack, a little better than a Knight of Malice, I think. Not a card I really wanted a second pick, but not a horrible one. I don't think that was a slam because, I mean, I am trying to draft green-black Saprolings. Obviously, if I was green-white, I would slam Shalai there. I think that was a close pick. I really just wanted that whole pack. All of those cards were excellent for me. I would have skipped the rest of pack 2 if I could have just locked in Shalai, Liturgist, Fungal Infection, Omnivore, Skittering Surveyor. It wouldn't be that bad to pick the Knight. But I think Fungal Plots is pretty good in the Sapling deck. Remember, if we have Spore Crown Thallid out, it's making 2/2s. If we have Slimefoot out, the Saps are draining them when they die. And if we have Shalai, we might be pumping them all. And hello, Spore Crown Thallid number 2. This deck is a masterpiece. Yeah, we could use some removal. I wouldn't mind. But also, Fungal Plots gains life. It's hard to race if all your Saplings are 2/2s or 3/3s and Slimefoot's draining them. Removal would be nice, but I don't think it's, like, a necessity. Also, Blessed Light is single white, so we have Eviscerate or Blessed Light or Vicious Offering for good removal at common. Alright, no great Saps, but I still like Llanowar Elves in this deck. While it won't get pumped by the Sap Synergy stuff, it does let you accelerate. Looks like a pretty easy Fungal Infection. I'm not against Memorial. In fact, I really like the spell lands. But as has said, we don't have a ton of removal. But also, this is making like 2/2s or 3/3s. 2 Thalids. We could drain with the Saproling. We can pump the Saprolings. Saprolings are just of immense value in this deck now that we have 2 Spore Crowns, a Slimefoot, and a Fungal Plots, and a Shalai. Just grab the Saproling card. This pick isn't close. I don't think Verdant Force is that good. Like, it's expensive. Like, it's a powerful card. I would play it if I opened it. But I actually would take Slimefoot or Song over it. I might even honestly take, like, Eviscerate or Vicious Offering over it. 8 mana is a lot. Like, it's a slow format, but 8 is still roughly half your lands. Yeah, Omnivore would be great. I mean, honestly, I don't even need to sack my Saprolings in this deck. In a lot of decks, the Saprolings are mostly there to feed Omnivore and stuff, but in this deck, they're just going to attack as 2/2s and 3/3s. Okay, let's see. Windgrace or Soul Salvage number 2. Well, Fungal Plots already wants to exile from the yard, just like Soul Salvage wants to bring them back. Whereas if we fill up the graveyard, then that fuels our Fungal Plots. So I think this deck wants Windgrace over Soul Salvage. Plus our curve is nice and down. That's our first card that costs 5 or more mana. So the Windgrace fuels the Salvage and the Plots, where Salvage and Plots are both kind of fighting against each other for the same thing. So I think first Windgrace definitely gives us better synergy than second Soul Salvage there. I don't think these cards matter. No, I would prefer Dom better if there weren't rares either. But the reason sets like Dom are often great, even though there's a bunch of broken rares, is because the set has such good removal at common. So much like powerful removal that kills the rares that you don't have the rares dominate the games as often. Eviscerate and Blessed Light and Shivan Fire and Vicious Offering and Fiery Intervention and so on. Jousting Lance is pretty good with a bunch of small saps. Short Sword is fine with all the small saps too, but it's worse than Lance, so maybe we'll bump Sword out, we'll see. Well, Teferi's totally broken, but I don't think there's anything we can do with that. Like, I could try and stick an island in my deck and a Plains. I mean, it is single white, single blue. We have a Surveyor, but we're not switching out of black-green saps. So, I mean, we could hope to get one more Surveyor or something and play, like, one island, one Plains. But I think we're better off when their deck is this good, just taking, like, a Fungal Plots or something. I mean, we have 2 Spore Crown Thalids and a Slimefoot. We do have Envoy, yeah. I could stick Envoy in the deck. That's no big deal. But you can't really count on Envoy as mana fixing, because it also just dies a lot of the time. Fungal Plots is not a card I love, but when it's making 2/2s and 3/3s that drain, that's a lot better than when it's making 1/1s. I think that's just the right pick. If I had gotten that second Surveyor, I would have considered the Teferi, but I don't want to stick an island in a Plains in this deck. Easy Eldest Reborn here. It's a way to bring back the Slimefoots and the Spore Crown Thalids. Those have got to be killed. Like, the Thalids, these Spore Crown Thalids are pumping so much, and then after the opponent kills them, we'll bring them back with the Eldest Reborn. This pack actually doesn't really have anything I super want. Juggernaut's probably just like an average playable in this deck. Even though we have a decent amount of Historic, I don't think we want Tome. We're going to be attacking them. Okay, we don't have much good removal, as has been said. We don't need it in this deck, but this is an opportunity to pick up a Settle over Llanowar Elf. We're not much of a ramp deck. We could use one good hard removal to deal with bombs here. I don't think I'm going to play a second Soul Salvage, because Fungal Plots is exiling cards from the graveyard. But again, there's no other cards in this pack. Pack 1 and 2 went extremely well. Pack 3 is not going that well. Don't think these cards matter. So Memorial's a good pickup, but we do need a few more playables. I guess we have some stuff in the sideboard. If I have to put it in, it'll be okay. This pack went very poorly. Pack 1 and 2 both went very well, so I mean the deck's quite good. But Pack 3 went very poorly. Drawing second plots is just a brick, but you don't draw 2 of 2 that often. So I wouldn't play 2 fungal plots in most average green-black decks, even sapling decks. But when you have double Spore Crown, I think it's worth the risk. Also, our last couple cards are going to be filler because we didn't see much this pack. We have playables, but they're not good. Like, we're going to stick in our deck like, you know, Llanowar Envoy or Mammoth Spider or whatever. I think with double Spore Crown, the second plots, like I said, is really good. Most decks, I would take the Knight over the second plot. But again, we're not making 1/1s. Like, we're making 2/2s, 3/3s, whatever. Plus, we make saplings naturally the other ways. They drain when they die. We can sack the one from the Slimefoot and the one from the plots. Gain 2, or gain 4, rather. Drain for 2, draw a card. Like, this deck is just using its saps really well. So, like, with Slimefoot Envoy and 2 Spore Crown Thalads that, like, enhance all our saplings and Shalai, I think second fungal plots in this deck make sense. So we want our filler to mostly be creatures. So I might, because of the fungal plots and all that, so we might want to cut one of the candles. Do I have any more playable creatures? Not really. 17 is definitely the right number of lands. Let's check the creature count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doesn't actually look bad. 9, 11, 12. I mean, it's not really 12 because some of our stuff is going to make saps. But again, we want bodies in the graveyard. So I think I'm going to need to cut like Short Sword and maybe a candle and stick in like medium creatures just so they're bodies in the graveyard. If we even have them. Okay. 1 plains should be fine as long as we don't mill it. Oh, but we do have Windgrace, so yeah, let's play 2 plains. Other than that, we don't. Our fixing is Surveyor, so it's neither green or black. So 8/7/2, okay, that looks fine. But then we need to put in more cards. Pack 3 went awfully for me there. So we want them to be creatures if possible. Think like Feral Abomination. Our curve's pretty low. We didn't get any migrations. I really don't want to stick Rat Colony in this deck as a 2-mana 2/1 no ability, but I might do it. We don't really have early drops. It's embarrassing, but I think it's the right play. Even if we just trade it off, we could fungal plots it. Corrosion Druid would be okay too, but we have a lot more 3s than 2s. Like, we can spend our mana on turn 2 on a fungal plots, but it's not doing anything in the early game. I think the standard bans were good. You know, Reclamation and Teferi are gross. Like, you know, I think that it's bad when you have to ban cards in standard, but I think they got the bans right. I think it's good that they got rid of all these broken cards. Yeah, after 2 packs, this deck was busted. It's still a good deck. We just had to stick in a couple filler cards. Alright, this hand's not great, but I'm not going to mull this on the draw. We've got our 2-drop and a 4-drop we can cast. Hopefully we'll draw, you know, Swamps, other good cards. Yeah, I get the cat ban, though. They're just worried about after removing the busted cards that the cat deck would be too good, and they're probably right. Jody's good. I'm not really that worried. This turn we'll put out our 6-drop, take 1 more hit. Then we can play Mammoth Spider, Fungal Plots away the Thalid. Hopefully they don't have anything. The Blessed Light, the spider, we're almost certainly not winning this game. But the spider stops both their creatures. That's not good, but it's not as bad. But we're still dead now, right? I can gain 2 life with the plots. So we have to draw Slimefoot or removal to not be dead. But we can draw 2 cards this turn because we sack the 2 saps. So first and foremost, we can top deck Settle to score. We can top deck Shalai. I think it's more valuable to potentially use the Llanowelfs for mana here than it is to attack for 1. We do have to top deck something because we're facing 7 on board. So let's hit for 6. Then I'm going to Fungal Plots. Now we can sap the sacks, get 1 more card, see if we find Settle or... I mean, even a Fungal Infection technically keeps us alive. Skittering Surveyor does not, though. We're going to take 7 in the air. I'm pretty sure we're just dead. This hand looks bad. We have 8 green sources, Surveyor. Most of our cards are green, I think. I think we got to mull this on the play, even though I'm not happy about it. So, clearly a keep. What are we going to put back? We have 3 sources for Shalai, 4 if you count Envoy, which we have. Think we're clearly keeping Thallid. If they don't kill the Thallid, then Fungal Plots. Thallid is really good. If they do, then we already have something to plot. I think I'm going to put back Shalai. We're already on a mulligan. I can't risk basically being on a double mull here if we don't draw a white source. This is a pretty good 6 if we draw, like, some lands to flesh it out. Draw a nice mix of lands and spells, and this is a pretty good hand. That's a pretty good draw if it resolves. Shuffle the Shalai back in. Go get the plains. Life is not bad. And we're 1 land closer to Eldest Reborn. So if they block my Thallid with their Journey Mage, and I Fungal, in fact, I still die. Doesn't seem great. If I -1/-1 this, I can then block it with the Surveyor. Seems like this turn is just Fungal Plots and pass. Sure thing. So the only bad thing about Reborning now is I don't have any creatures to get back. So I don't think I want to do it yet. I mean, we're not going to win this game anytime soon. We're going to have to play for a long game. So let's just try our best here. What can we do about that? I can Fungal it and then put this Fungal Infection token in front of it. I could, like, double block it. That doesn't work well if they have removal for Thallid. I can block with Surveyor just to put something in the yard. That doesn't seem that productive. Oh, they discarded Turtle. I didn't even realize that. So I could get back their Turtle. I know Reborn gets from the opponent, but I didn't even realize they discarded Turtle. I should have played Reborn, probably. But whatever, I'll Reborn now. There's Raider and Turtle, and, yeah, no, I know it does their creatures. I didn't even see that they discarded a Turtle, because none of their creatures had died this game, like, in combat or anything. Okay, well, either way, we can decide later. Now we can reborn. I agree. Turtle's more than good enough to get back. I didn't see they discarded it. So if I fungal it, it's a 2-2. It can only kill one of my 2 blockers. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think I 7-2'd that one strictly cheese. I had a pretty nice black-green deck. And yeah, I'm loving Dom. Okay. So if we get back our Spore Crown, it pumps our team, but then we can't remove it to fungal plots. Or we can get back, like, the 4-5 or the 4-3, actually, and discard a land and draw another card. That seems like our best option. So I think I'll hold the Swamp, planning to get back the Raiders. End of their turn, I'll probably double fungal plots. And then I'll most likely get back Helden Raiders, because then I can discard a land and draw another card. So my choices get back, like, the Spore Crown Thallid, but then I only get to make 1 fungal plots token. Or I can get back a 4-5, or I can get back a 4-3, make 2 fungal plots tokens, and discard a card and draw a card. Infection is a very nice common. I'd love if cards like Infection were in every set. Really good draw. Okay, so Keldon Raider. I'd rather have a 4-3 that draws a card than a 4-5. This turn, I think we're happy to settle away the Giant Flyer. We can certainly race a 3-power one with some life and Jousting Lance. Yeah, Jousting Lance is good as long as you're a deck with little bodies. It's good in Saprolings, it's good in white aggro, but it's not good in a lot of the grindy decks. Okay, so for this turn, we're 1 mana short of playing Candle and using it. So we can play Lance on Raider. We could theoretically attack with everything, sack the blocked sap and one of the other ones. I could just sack 2 saps, because if I draw a land, I can play Candle and use it. And I'm probably going to end up sacking saps anyway. So it looks like that's costing me like 1 point of damage or something. So I think what I'm going to do is just start by sacking 2 saps. Because if I draw a land, I can Candle away the Sphinx, and then I get in a point of damage anyway. If I don't draw a land, then I'll just Lance the Raider, and I missed like 1. Okay, now I want to put out the Windgrace and the Candle, so I'm just going to attack with Raider. Obviously, I'm happy if they trade, and I don't expect them to. Pretty good turn. Also, the Self-Mill gives us 2 more creatures, so that's 2 more saps. Right, if you don't draw a land, you draw something else to play. That's why I took the line I did, because if we draw a land, we play Candle, remove the Sphinx, and get in that 1 damage. If we don't draw a land, we'd probably rather use our mana on whatever we draw than on equipping a Lance. Okay, Siege Gang, of course, is rough. It's possibly the #1 card in the format. I kind of want to Candle it, but I don't think we're going to win that way. If I put Lance on the 1-1 and attack with both, we can make 2 saps to block with, and then we can sack them to gain life. I don't think we're going to die. So let's imagine we're taking 6, we're at 5, we gain 2, we're at 7. Yeah, that seems fine for this turn. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. At least if they chump or something, we get a profitable exchange in a game we're now way behind because of Siege Gang. Thought this game was looking okay before the Siege Gang, but that card is incredible. I have 2 blockers plus 2 life. So there's a chance I'm dead, but it doesn't look like 13. It looks like 12. Remember, I have fungal plots. So I can block 2 of these and then sack and gain 2, which means I'm taking 7 plus 6. Is it exactly 13? Maybe it's exactly 13. I might have left myself exactly dead here. Oh, you know what I can do, though? No, I can double block Siege Gang. And then they have to sack, and then, and then it's not there for post-combat. Or the trade happens, and then I take 8 and don't die. So yeah, I don't think I'm dead if they don't have anything. So now we double block gang. If they pass, we pass. We go to 3, but the gang's not there to sack the 1/1s. If they sack things, then we can sack our saps. So I can't sack them, or I go to 13, take 8, and then I die to the siege gang, so we have to pass. So life is rough, but we're not dead. We have 7 out, so if all they have is a blocker, we win. I can candle a blocker and hit for 7. So if they literally just have a random creature, we won this game. Obviously, we could lose, and if they have like a Journey Mage or something, they win. But if they have nothing, we win. But also, if they just play a blocker, we win, because we can candle a blocker. Well, they had Fight with Fire, so we don't win. But we're not necessarily dead either, because we can candle a Sphinx and make a token. So neither player is now dead. No, they couldn't sack all 3 goblins and win, because then I would have fungal plots and sacked the 2 1/1 sapperlings for 2 life, the ones that traded with the siege gang. They didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Like, the all-out attack wasn't great, but they didn't punt like an onboard victory or anything like that. Okay, so I think I can attack, candle a Sphinx, make a 1/1. They can then attack for 5. I can block one of the 1/1s, sack the 2 saps, take 4, and go to 1. I don't know what I'm doing next turn, but hopefully we'll draw something good. We do have 2 cards, the card off fungal plots and the card for our turn. I don't think not attacking really accomplishes anything. I have to sack the saps to gain life. So, like, where I die to the Living Sphinx, because I can only candle one of them. So it's like 3 for 1, basically. And that's if they send both. They held one back because they didn't want to accidentally die. So actually the attack just dealt 3 and I didn't even take any extra. We're not in a winning position, but we wouldn't be either way. Unfortunately, their last card was a removal. If it was a creature or nothing, we would have snuck out a win here. Second fungal plots is dead. We have no more creatures in the yard. Good game. After we 7-2 with the ragtag red-white deck, we'll 0-3 with the black-green constructed deck. Welcome to best of 1. Weatherlight, if you can always trigger it, like always crew it, always hit stuff, is really good. The problem is neither of those requirements are super easy to make. Yeah, these have been super tight games. That's why I always tell people don't draw conclusions from best of 1. If their last card there wasn't Fight with Fire, we win. If they didn't have Siege Gang, we were winning by a lot. Also, the draws just haven't been good, right? We keep mulliganing. We had 1 weak hand that we kept and 1 mulligan. I think this is a keep. We have more green cards than black. We have 2 lands on the draw with a Thallid. But if we don't draw swamps, we're probably going to lose. If we draw a couple lands, it's a really good hand. 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, salvage to get back Slimefoot. I've got Sapherd. I've got 2 fungal infections. I mean, fungal plots is not, like, super conditional. I mean, it just requires having any dead creatures, and I've got 2 of those. I mean, I agree Pack 3 didn't go super well, but most of the cards in my deck are still pretty good. We do have a Pierce the Sky in the board. And flyers have been a problem, but also what if they just don't have flyers? Like, it's a dead card. If it had cycling, I would consider maining it. Again, you can see our opponents just keep playing rares. Like, we lost to Siege Gang. We lost to that one good flyer curve out with Joda and whatever. We've mulliganed. Like, now we have another pretty weak hand. Like, this is why you don't draw conclusions from best of one. There's nothing more frustrating than people going after a draft. Your deck was bad because you went 1 and 3. We played 4 games. 4 games of Magic. If you played 40 games of Magic, you wouldn't have a great sample size for drawing conclusions, but you would have something. Like, that last deck wasn't very good, and I went 7 and 2. Why? Because I drew Plains and Mountains. I didn't get flooded too much. I drew well. This time, I mulliganed. I drew weak hands. They played Broken Rares, History, and Siege Gang. Like, just is what it is. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate the subscription. So we want to trade with Knights before they get enhanced. We don't really want to trade off either of our creatures, but I think if they attack, all 3 of their creatures are Knights, I think we pretty much have to make trades. They're getting pumped next turn. Now, I can't cast black spells without this Envoy, so I think it's 4 Crown on Trapper here, and take 2. Then next turn we can, like, Fungal Infection to get through the turn, hopefully. Epic battle, TPO. Whoever lives long enough wins. Okay, so Juggernaut would only trade with the 4/3s. It wouldn't stop them. Sergeant at Arms is not a knight. They could have Syncopate. We could play Slimefoot, but again, it's not blocking this turn, and it's not a great mana sink yet. I think I want to play Juggernaut. Is Fungal Infection better for me? No. Yeah, so I'm just going to slap down Juggernaut here. Yeah, now I gotta take the hard hit from the 2 Knights, but oh my. This is bad. They basically did just play another history. Even better, they've got a 3/3 and another history. The same history, but... sigh. So... I wouldn't have traded necessarily because I do have blockers, but Juggernaut has to attack, and now there's no way I'm winning a race because they're making all these more Knights, so I'm going to have to just trade. Hopefully we'll draw a Swamp. Back is to the wall. Don't think I'm going to win necessarily even if I do draw a Swamp, but at least I can cast some things. So this turn, I think Slimefoot is pretty effective. With the Envoy to Fungal Infection, our blocks are decent if they don't have anything. Like, they don't really have profitable attacks if they don't have anything. If they have something, of course, we're wrecked. So, -1/-1. So, Slimefoot already can block one of these. And then Envoy, the best it can take out would be a 2/2 Knight, because those are going to grow next turn. So, it's Fungal Infection. I don't know if they have anything or not. I don't really care. We're so far behind, like, we're just hoping they don't have anything. Alright, so maybe there's some hope. They're down to 1 Knight, and we can play Windgrace or Feral Abomination. There might be hope. If they don't have much else. Like, if these 2 cards in their hands are, like, a land and a random 3-drop or 2 lands, this game isn't over. Somehow, despite double history and us not having a swamp. As I say this, they're going to play some Broken Rare or something. Well, we're not worried about attacking them anytime soon, so Bard here is not that big of a deal either. So Feral Abomination looks fine. I don't think we need the 3 life from Windgrace right now, and it's bigger than the whole board, so that seems like a pretty easy turn. Just drop the Feral Abomination. We could turn this game, like I said. I mean, if they play like Blessed Light and Bolus Clutches right here, it's pretty bad. But if their hand is even, they can drop more random little creatures. Who cares? We can play a flyer, gain life, start slime footing. Abomination's bigger than their board. This is a very winnable game. Somehow, despite us being mana screwed and them having turn 3 history, turn 5 sentinel it. I wasn't playing a chump last turn because, if anything, we could chump a 4-power knight on the following turn. Okay, this is kind of a weird attack. So they gotta have something. So, because, I mean, if they have nothing, this attack is heinous. So they have, what are the options? Adamant Will. So we kind of want to put Feral Abomination on a 2-power if possible. Nothing's going to give Trample. Let's assume this is going to shrink, so we don't really want to put things in front of it to try and trade up, because it's going to be a 2-2 after this turn. So let's assume the 1-1's going to go on the 4-3. I don't need the Envoy anymore, so it can go on the Sentinel. 5-5 on Baird means even if they have Adamant Will, that still lives. Oh, and then 2-3 on 2-3, and if they kill it, whatever, I have Salvage to get it back. Okay, these look like great blocks. Yeah, if they +1/+1 everything, it's not great for me, but I can salvage back the creatures I care about. The Abomination lives. And, like, they have Memorial, so that card's scary later anyway. So +1/+1 to everything here. Not great for me, because they get to kill both these and these 2 live. But Abomination kills Baird and lives. Slimefoot, the 1/1 token was chump blocking and drains anyway. So, I mean, I think these blocks are fine against Charge or Adamant Will or whatever. Okay, I think it's time to Windgrace, see if we mill good creatures like Shalai before we play Soul Salvage, plus we could use the life. Yeah, I mean, I think they might have some kind of a trick, I don't know. If they have nothing in hand, that attack wasn't good. If I really surprised them with my block, and they were hoping I would block differently and it would go really well for them, okay. Because they're probably going to lose the late game anyway to Slimefoot. So if they had a trick, and if I made a different block, it would have worked out really good for them. That attack could be okay. If they have nothing, that attack wasn't good. Sarah's good, nothing special. I think it's maybe slightly better than a Blessed Light. Pretty comparable in terms of card quality. Like, it's first pickable, but more of a third pick. Not a broken card, just an okay card. Okay, let's see. So, we need Windgrace back for Familiar. We're not going to hit for 3 to take 2 back. Can we attack with Abomination? If, let's say they, like, remove Spore Crown Thallid. Slimefoot is actually still bigger than these creatures. So is Windgrace. I think we actually can hit for 5. Because now I'm going to make 2 blockers. I'm going to play Spore Crown and make a Sap. So even if they remove, like, Spore Crown or Slimefoot, our blocks are actually not that bad. We don't want to be too risky because we're winning the late game. But I mean, if I play around 1 removal, like if they, like I said, if they kill Spore Crown, Slimefoot's bigger than all their stuff. If they kill Slimefoot, then I make a 2/2 in response, and then I have Spore Crown, Windgrace 2/2 to block with. That seems fine. I'm not worried about trading the Spore Crown or the Windgrace off. Then I can Soul Salvage them back. Okay, sure, fair enough. Kill the tapped creature doesn't open up an attack, but it does take away my best threat at the moment. So I can Soul Salvage back Spore Crown and Juggernaut. That looks okay. Got 7 mana, so if I do that, I can play the 5/4. The only thing is if they kill the Windgrace, I want to be able to get it back. Then I gain 3 more life, fuel the plots. So I don't think I actually want to soul salvage right now. So I think I'm just going to chill. Every time I sack 2 saps right now with the Slimefoot and the Fungal Plots out, I gain 4, deal 2, and draw a card, so that's kind of nice. And if they attack with the Flyers, I trade the Windgrace off, then I can soul salvage back Windgrace and Spore Crown, and then I can have 2 Spore Crowns out, and I can fuel Fungal Plots by milling myself again. Yeah, sagas are really cool. Whoever first invented sagas at R&D, great job. Whoever came up with that card design. They're like what Planeswalkers should have been the whole time. Like, if Planeswalkers didn't exist, and there were just sagas, and like rare, powerful sagas, that would be awesome. Sagas go away. They don't create this like whole sub-game. They just create these interesting effects over a couple of turns and then go away. Planeswalkers are just the worst. Okay, so looks like Windgrace on the better of the 2 Flyers. And then let's see. I wonder if they still have a charge and that's what they had the whole time. Windgrace will still trade with Familiar, so that's not a big deal. If we want to play around it a little bit, we could double block Sergeant. Then what's getting through? 3, 6, 8, 10. So then we have to sack the Thallid, so that's not going to work. So I think that we want to be willing to lose our Saps and our Spore Crown if they have it. So let's say I put that there, and then I double block the Sergeant. Now we're letting through 3, 5, 8. Cool. I don't really care if the Thallid dies. We can get it back with Soul Salvage. This looks good. If they don't have charge, this goes really well for us. If they do have charge, we're not dead. We're okay. I'm not that worried about getting a little low, because I can always gain life. The Slimefoot's not dying. So, like, when the creatures die, I'll get the triggers, and then I can always Fungal Plots and gain more life. So we can get a little low. Okay, doesn't really seem like any decisions. Now we can Soul Salvage the creatures we wanted to Soul Salvage, Spore Crown and Windgrace. Slap down the Windgrace so we have a blocker for the Flyer and gain more life. Also fuel Fungal Plots if we hit. I mean, we didn't, but in theory. Shivan would have been a cool inclusion in the set. I agree. Sarah was a pretty cool one. Shivan would have been as well. It would be a rare. I mean, it could be an uncommon, but it would still be a rare. I hate Planeswalkers. I mean, to each their own, but I really hate them. Okay, so let's see. Don't mind trading Flyers, even if it's a slight trade down. I win the long game on this board. 3-4 on 2-2, 2-2 on 1-1. That looks pretty good. 2-2 on 3-2. Okay. I guess if they have charge, I lose the Slimefoot. I kill the Knight, but I lose the Slimefoot because when the Spore Crown dies. But I have the Fungal Plots. I have another Spore Crown. I'll make a bunch of 1-1s. I don't really want to lose the Slimefoot, but I think I have to be willing to risk it here. I also just don't think they have it. They've had so many opportunities to play it at this point. The Legendary Lifelinker is not a particularly scary creature. Like, I don't really care if they gain life. I'm mostly just trying to stabilize and win the long game. I have Memorial to find another creature in Fungal Plots to make 2-2 saps with every single creature in the graveyard. Okay, so they're going to shut off the Thallid's ability. It's not great for me, but as long as I don't have anything else, I don't lose the Slimefoot. Everything's fine. I trade with the Flyer. I don't care at all about losing the 1-1 token. That worked out pretty well for me, and I guess Trickster is what they had. So I can make 3/3s. I don't even know if I need all these back. I think I can attack with Slimefoot. I can now make a Slimefoot 1/1 and a Fungal Plots 1/1. So, I mean, I'm well covered now. Even if they tap a blocker or something, who cares? Well, they're tapping 2 blockers, but again, we can make 2 1/1s to block with, sack them, gain 4, drain for 2. I mean, they're actually 3/3s, bigger than the opponent's stuff even, so that's not scary at all. So, do we want 3 creatures, or do we want 2? Because we can make 3 using Fungal Plots, but then we're missing on Slimefoot. I think 2 right now is good enough, right? And then I have more Fungal Plotsing I can do later. And again, I'm not even scared they'll have anything, because we'll just sack them if they have anything. Like, if they kill a Spore Crown so that these will die, I don't even care. I'll sack them to the Fungal Plots, drain for 2, gain 4, draw a card. I think this game is just over. Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Stumbling and not having a black and playing against turn 3 history, turn 5 blink the history with a 3/3 body. That was a pretty sweet win. Not gonna lie. Finally looks like a decent opener. Hopefully it'll fill out. This is draft number 2. We're gonna do one more after this. So I kind of want to kill that before they have another creature out. So maybe I just Fungal Infection it now. It's not mana efficient, but it's not like I have a 3-drop. Also, the Spore Crown is attacking for 2 next turn. And the Sapling's attacking for 2 next turn if I play the Spore Crown. So, while normally I wouldn't want to trade Spore Crown, I have Eldest Reborn to get it back. So I think I just attack and let them make this trade. I guess I might just get back their Sapherd, but their Sapherd wouldn't be dead if I didn't attack with the Spore Crown. See what we draw next turn. Going to be a pretty weak Eldest Reborn against this board, but what are you going to do? Don't really have anything else going, and we have the Memorial for the late game. And the odds that I can clear all their tokens, especially now that they have Fungal Plots, are super low. So I think I'm going to Eldest Reborn, just take their sap, take a card out of their hand, and then if their mana's up, I'll definitely just get back my Spore Crown. If their mana's down, I might get back their Sapherd, I might get back my Spore Crown. We'll see. Pretty weak Reborn, but it's still just a good card. We're going to regrow a Thallid and make them discard and kill a Sap. They can use plots in response if I try and take theirs. So, but if their mana's up, I'm just going to take my Spore Crown. Which I don't mind. I'm a Saps deck with Fungal Plots. Even though I don't have anything else at the moment, it'll pump both of these. And then hopefully I'll draw more stuff. I also have the Memorial. If they attack, I can Fungal Plots the Spore Crown and triple block. And then if they kill the Thallid, I can get it back. If they don't kill the Thallid, I can't get anything back. But then the Thallid didn't die. I just lost the 1/1 tokens. This is Dominaria. If Eldest Reborn wasn't going off this turn, I would snap take this trade. But I think I'm better off just taking the hit. So I can't Reborn them because they'll just Fungal Plots in response. But I can Reborn myself because obviously I'm not going to Fungal Plots in response. Now, we could sack Memorial and see what we get, which I think is worth doing now, because if we draw Spore Crown, we want to cast it, and we're looking at 5 cards. So, Feral Abomination or Windgrace, that's pretty close. With a Fungal Plot making 2/2s, I think I'd rather mill myself for 3. I know the Flyer doesn't do anything for Spider, but again, I mill myself for 3, I probably make some 2/2s that potentially draw cards. Think this attack is good. If they want to double block, I'm pretty happy with that trade. This will leave a 2/2 behind, plus give me something to Fungal Plots. I guess they get the Fungal Plots too, but they don't have the Sap Lords. I've got one in play and another one in my deck. We'll see. I don't know if Amaket Remastered is going to be good or bad. I'll judge it when it comes out. I'll certainly play it. I played Amaket and Hour. I thought Amaket was medium. Hour was good. Well, I love cycling. I'm happy to be playing another cycling set, especially without the powerful, stupid cycling enablers that ruin cycling in Ikoria. So we'll see what it's like. I'll judge it after I play it, as usual. Okay, if they don't have anything, this is really good for me. I mean, they're mono green. There's not a lot they can have. I mean, if they're trading Mammoth Spider for one of my saps, that's horrible. I mean, they might have, like, +4/+4 and just kill all 3 saps. But if they do that, I'll Fungal Plots them, so it's still not the worst. I'll sack them and draw a card in game 2. And if they have nothing, I'm killing Mammoth Spider for a sap token. So, life is good. Alright, no real decisions here. Can't attack in a Grun. Win Grace. See if we can fuel Fungal Plots a little more. Which we did. Unfortunately, we milled 3 great creatures, but that's still 3 more saps. And now we're going to start attacking in the air. I'm going to end up having to chump the Grun and sack 2 saps whenever to draw cards and gain life, but I can actually take a hit for 10 first. My life total's not really that low, given every time I sack 2 saps, I'll get 2 life. And I can start attacking them with all the 2/2s. So I think I'm going to chump it starting next turn, but I think this turn I'll take it. Trying to race them. The Wind Grace is going to connect every turn, and then I can swarm them with my 2/2s. Well, I can no longer... that's not what I wanted to do. I can no longer swarm them with my 2/2s because they played a 5/4. See if we draw removal or not. If we draw like Slimefoot or Spore Crown Thallid or like Soul Salvage, that's pretty good. We're losing a little bit on board, but we also have like a lot of good draws. Remember, we have the Fungal Plots. So like, even though we're losing slightly on board, like we're going to be chumping and gaining 2 and drawing extra cards. And hopefully we'll find Soul Salvage, Slimefoot, Spore Crown Thallid, settle the score. Can't chump the Elf, but we can chump the Grun. Gain 2. We have 2 more creatures we could exile, gain another 2. So we're not dying over the next turn or 2. And we are drawing 2 cards a turn. So again, effectively, whether I'm doing it or not. So again, like, I'm not saying it's going well. It's not, but it's winnable. Just depends on our next couple cards. I'm going to leave the Shalai in there in case we draw Soul Salvage, but I'm going to pull out the Envoy. Okay, Forest is no help. I don't really see a Swarm being effective at the moment. I'm not sacking now because, yeah, if I draw something, it would be useful, but also they could swarm me, so I can block right now and then sack. The Steel Leaf was pretty annoying after the Grunt because I can't chump it. Okay, no real help there. Got a Fungal Plots again so we don't die. I don't think I can wait around on Soul Salvage now. I'm going to play Sapherd and Lance, so I need the Sapperling in play so I can sack it for 2 life, potentially. I mean, if I put the Lance on the Windgrace, I can now trade with Steel Leaf. Of course, I draw Soul Salvage this turn. I think I have enough mana to do all of that. Unfortunately, I could try and kill them in 2 and survive, but that's not going to work because they have the ability to sack Saps to gain 2 life. So we're going to keep playing defensive and grindy. Again, it's not looking great, but it's not over by any stretch. If they aren't drawing anything here, I mean, I can chump, Grun, draw cards, gain life. I can trade Windgrace for Steel Leaf, get it back. Double block Partic Wanderer. So, like, it's not going well, but I'm not, like, dead on board or anything, I don't think. If they attack with everything, like, I can, like, block a bunch of stuff and then sack to gain 2, so I'll be at 4, let some 1-power stuff through. Again, I'm not saying it's going well. Okay, so they made no attack. There's no reason to do anything end of turn. So let's see what we get. No help there either. Yeah, I think we're going to lose. We drew a few too many lands down the stretch here, obviously, as we have 11 in play and a Memorial in the yard, so that's 12. If I had drawn like a Slimefoot, set Poor Crown Thallid, settle the score, even a Fungal Infection wouldn't be the worst to be holding right now. But I think it's just a few too many lands here. I can't Soul Salvage back the tokens, and, like, you can't sack Sapherd, right? It's just Sapperlings, not Fungus. I think I'm dead. So let's see, if we line this up... Yeah, we can't do anything. Pretty disappointing. I think this deck was far better than it performed, but again, that's best of 1. So we got a 7-2 and a 1-3. Not a bad combination at 8 and 5. Let's see how the third draft of the day is going to go. Thanks, Rudlord. Good games. I did not cast July, I don't think. I waited as long as I could that game, I think, before exiling it for a 1-1. And then, of course, I drew Soul Salvage the turn after I exiled it. It doesn't just happen to you. It happens to me too, folks. Alright, we open Slimefoot again, this time along with Rada. Maybe we can get some Slimefoot vengeance. I think Slimefoot and Rada are pretty close, but black-green is easier to draft and better than red-green. That's the plan, Baconality. I can't imagine taking anything but Slimefoot or Rada. I mean, yeah, they're gold cards, but the next best card in this pack is Blink of an Eye. I think it's just Slimefoot. I think it's close, but I think Slimefoot is just better than Rada, to be honest. It's also more splashable, because this is a late-game card. So if you draft like Black-Red with a Surveyor, or Black-Blue, or whatever, you can splash this. Obviously, Rada is single red and green also, but it's just not like a good splash card. Like, if at the end of the game you play Rada and attack, that's just not that exciting. Whereas if towards the end of a game you play Slimefoot and you're playing like some kind of grindy black-red, green-blue, blue-black, whatever, it's a really good finisher. So I think I'm going to be taking Tatyova here. It's somewhat on color. We can try and, like I said, splash Tatyova or Slimefoot. Coligo Skin Witch is the only on-color black or green card. This pack isn't great overall, other than Tatyova, which is pretty busted. Like, Pegasus, Courser, and Reproach don't go as well with Slimefoot, and aren't as good anyway. Okay, again, we'll try and do the Saproling thing. Didn't go well last time, even though I do think the deck was pretty good. Spore Crown Slimefoot, Tatyova for the splash. Play green, blue, splash black, or green, black, splash blue, depending on what we see. Looks like green, blue, splash black so far. I mean, there's no green or black cards in this pack. Obviously, a lot of the Saprolings are black, so we would rather be green, black, and splash Tatyova. But, I mean, Candle, Primordial Worm, or Filler. Divination's a decent card for a green-blue control. Similarly, Skin Witch is good, but Blink is better. So if it's blue-green we're seeing, we'll just splash Slimefoot as a win condition. We'll pick up the green Saproling cards aggressively, because we have Slimefoot and Spore Crown. But we'll draft green-blue. I'm not against it. I mean, the land is something I want, but I'm not going to take it there. I mean, I'm not going to take it over Spore Crown when I have a Slimefoot. Yeah, Tatyova makes me want to play Scout into 18 lands. Slimefoot's good with all those lands too. Divination, Blink, draw cards. Certainly we'll try and put together some kind of blue-green ramp here that uses Slimefoot and Tatyova well. I mean, Scout is playable. It's still mediocre. I'd be much more excited to get, like, Grow from the Ashes and Llanowar Elves. I'd love a Skittering Surveyor or 2 or 3 or 7 for this deck. You called that Scout up. I might take it here. This pack's pretty weak. Coldwater Snapper might be better. It's early in the draft. We can try and draft Arcane Flights, and then we can stick them on either 1/1 Sap tokens or the Snapper if we have it. Envoy for the splash is whatever. These things just die, and 3-mana 3/2s suck. I think I'm going to take the Snapper. If we're going to draft Ramp, the Snapper will be pretty good if it comes out early. Speaking of, if we're going to draft Ramp, Slyn Voda might be okay. I mean, it's not good with tokens. 10 is a lot. But I am going to try and get Grows. So what's better here, Slyn or just a second Snapper? I guess it's still just second Snapper. This is probably better to ramp out. But also, if we get 2, now we can actually draft Arcane Flights and put them in our deck. I hate to hexproof people because I really despise hexproof and enhancing hexproof creatures. But I have to work with the tools they give me. And if we're going to play a blue-green ramp with double Snapper, you know I'm looking for Arcane Flights. Clearly blue was wide open. We didn't see much green. That's okay. We can play blue-green. Get to use, like, all of these cards. I didn't even know that Slyn doesn't return Tatyova. When it doesn't return, like, Merfolk and Octopus or something like that. Look, I hate hexproof. I'm very crystal clear about that. But I play to win. So I'm going to ask that they don't design hexproof cards and don't print hexproof cards. But if they're there and they're good, I'm going to play them. Thank you, Sagelbaum. Appreciate that subscription, Sagelbaum. Probably mispronounced your name both times, but I do appreciate the support. I mean, that's true, Rada Hazard, but there could also just not be hexproof. I don't think they really need to use that design space. We could just not have hexproof exist. I think Adventurous Impulse offers us more than Relic Runner. I mean, we're not an aggro deck at all, and we have great creatures to impulse up. Okay, so we're green, blue, splash, black, and that's pretty much locked in because we saw very little green and black and a ton of blue. Steel Leaf Champion, if your heavy green is good, you cast it off Llanowar, but I think that's going to be tough for us. I feel like Reborn and Rona are both going to be pretty good splashes into a green-blue, splash-black, like, ramp control deck. They're both single black. We already have Slimefoot and Tatyova to get back. I think the Reborn is a better splash than the Rona, though, so I'm going to go with the Reborn. We have such nice bodies to get back with the Snapper, the Tatyova, the Slimefoot. Okay, there's a curveball. I mean, I could go black-blue and splash green. Tatyova and Slimefoot are splashable. I don't care that much about the other cards. Thank you, Damien P. I appreciate the subscription. As usual, I probably can't pronounce the name right, but I really do appreciate the support. Jasu, not splashable, but excellent if we play, like, a ramp deck. But remember, we saw so much blue and so little black and green in pack 1. I could just take Eviscerate. It's splashable. I know black is open this pack, but it didn't seem open in pack 1. I think it's Eviscerate because it's splashable. I love Josu, but we already have a great late game. And I really just feel like we're going to see a lot of blue again in pack 3 like we did in pack 1. So I don't think that we want to be drafting a double black card. Grow from the Ashes, something we needed pretty bad. That helps splash black, which we now have 3 good cards we really want to splash. Plus, we're just like kind of a blue-green ramp deck. Grow and Tatyova is disgusting. Shroud would definitely be way better to reprint than Hexproof, though I would just say I would prefer if neither existed. But I agree that if they have to print one, Shroud is way less egregious than Hexproof. Like, I agree that Shroud is way less egregious than Hexproof, and it would be better to reprint. But I hate both of them. In my opinion, everything that makes Magic great is interacting, playing around things, bluffing things, representing things, figuring out what your opponent has from the plays they make. Hexproof and Shroud are like everything bad in Magic, and like, you know, Planeswalkers, which are just proactive and on the board and dominate the game. And like good instants and like good tricks and play back and forth, that's everything good about Magic. Yeah, this draft's going pretty well. Our mana's not perfect, but hopefully we'll pick up 1 Surveyor. We have a Grow from the Ashes. I mean, we're not milling ourselves, so we can play just 1 Swamp, but we still need another fixer. 1 Grow, 1 Swamp is not enough for this. Hopefully we can pull, like, a blue-green or green-black duel, or Skittering Surveyor would be awesome, or another Grow would be fine. Thank you, DB Burning. Really appreciate the subscription. Because right now our mana's kind of bad. I don't think there's any way I'm going to play Homerit Explorer, so I'm going to grab Brunus Blast. I don't expect to splash that, but I do have Tatyova and Slimefoot, and it is a pretty powerful card. I guess if we don't see blue in pack 3, we could go black, green, splash blue. I don't expect to do it, and I don't expect to want to splash Thallid Omnivore, but I don't think we need Thorn Elemental. I think it's about equivalent to a Cold Water Snapper in this deck. So I'm going to take this just in case we really see black and not blue somehow in pack 3. Arcane Flight for those Snappers, though, assuming we're on the blue-green splash black plan. That looks good. think these cards particularly matter. Let's see what we open in pack 3. Of course, Siege Gang, which we can't possibly use, and I consider Siege Gang to probably be the #1 card in the set, but we can't use it. Spore Crown Thallid would be pretty good. I mean, we're not a sap stack. We don't have those fungal infections like last time. We don't really have much in the way of saps. We do have a Thallid Omnivore in the board. We could also take Grow. That would really solidify the mana base if we do go blue-green splash black. I could still go green-black. We do have the Omnivore. Take the second Spore Crown Thallid. It really just depends on what we see. I can also just prioritize green Saproling cards if I see them the rest of the way. Second Grow is definitely worse than first Grow. I think Spore Crown is the right pick. It's a close choice between Spore Crown and Grow. So I think it has to be Blink over Fungal Infection, planning for blue-green. I'll be prioritizing Sap Herd and Migration very highly. I still consider black-green an option, but we're seeing more blue. Probably not going to play this Trickster. It's just a hard-to-cast 2-drop for a 3-color deck. Hey, Surveyor! As much as I want second Tatyova, this is just easy Surveyor. That really solidifies our mana base. Green fixtures mean you have to draw a forest. This is a tri-land, like whatever we're missing we can get. And we're a mana-hungry deck anyway. I wanted Surveyor really badly. I mean, I would love a Tatyova. I would gladly play 2, but this is just an easy Surveyor. Why couldn't those cards just be in separate packs? Now there's, I guess, just a Trickster. I don't really want that, but I'm not going to play Corrosive Ooze or Compass. Alright, so let's see how Song looks in our deck. I'm guessing not great. Thallid, Slimefoot. Yeah, we don't have a ton of creatures, which is fine, but it means Song isn't going to be particularly good. I wish we had just seen pure black-green saps, but black and I think green saps are being cut off too. Blue is really the open color in the seat. Ancient Animus isn't great. I mean, it fights okay. It can pump the Slimefoot and the Tatyova. I'm still going to take Song in case we do pick up a Migration or 2, but don't really think Song is going to be good in this deck. Llanowar Elf I'm pretty happy with. I'd like to pick up second Arcane Flight, but I don't think I can take it over Llanowar Elf here. Let's take a look at how Vidalian Arcanist looks. It's really good with Grow. It's okay with Divination. Oh, it's good with 3 blinks. It can cast those with Kicker. Also Eviscerate. Okay, so Arcanist will be a useful 2-drop for this deck. So now, I guess, we don't really want any of this. I don't know. I don't think it matters. Another Arcanist. I think it's a good 2-drop for this deck. That also gives us more bodies. I think the Song is not going to be amazing, but I think it's going to be good enough to play now. It's also a Wizard for Retort. It's true. Trickster's okay. Like, it's a good card if you have 9 islands. I mean, we're going to probably have, like, 8 islands plus Surveyor. So, I mean, let me put the Tricksters in. I'm not sure if they're going to end up getting cut or making it. It's close. But it is a solid card if you can cast it. Probably going to play 17 lands plus the Surveyor. It's a mana-hungry deck, but we have Grow and Surveyor and Llanowar Elf and Impulses. Another Arcane Flight would be nice, but I couldn't take it over Llanowar Elf. I mean, this is such a mana-hungry deck. Turn 1 Llanowar Elf is going to be great for us when we draw it. I mean, I could also just cut the Snappers. I have the ability to close. I don't need the Snappers to do it. So, probably going to play 2 Swamps plus Grow and Surveyor. Fairly sure this is going to be a 17-land deck with Surveyor, Grow, and Llanowar Elf. So, probably something like that. No, we have double Impulse, so it has to go like that. Because that's... we can use Impulse to find an island, but we can't find a forest. So I think we could just cut the Arcane Flight Snapper thing, potentially. It is good. I just don't think we need it. win con, kill him with kindness, like always. Yeah, we could drop Trickster. I agree with that. It's really more than 7 islands. Remember, Grow gets an island, Surveyor gets an island, Double Impulse gets islands. But I agree Trickster's not like an exceptional card in this deck. I think Retort is good, because games are going to go long with this deck. I mean, if we have 2 snappers to put it on, it could also just go on a random little creature. I'm not saying we can't cut it. We could cut Arcane Flight. We could cut a snapper. Put back in the Trickster. I don't know, but this looks about right to me. Could cut, like, Envoy. I actually don't really need it. 2 Swamps, Skittering Surveyor, 2 Impulses, Grow. That's pretty good fixing. Are the Impulses kind of dicey? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12. We have a fine creature count plus lands. Yeah, I think the Envoy is the weakest card here. And it's not like we really need it, since we did pick up the Surveyor and the Grow. Oh, that's a weird hand. I mean, I'm not going to mull it. We can already draw a card with Blink, and we can cast Trickster. I mean, it needs to flesh out with Forest and green cards, but... Flying Turtle is our primary win condition, but we can also win with Slimefoot, with Tatyova card advantage. I mean... It's not really... Like, if you kill things and draw a bunch of extra cards and stuff, it's not about how you finish them. So I'm going to blink that. Even though you can get more value blinking that after they equip it, I'm just looking for a Forest here. So by kicking it, we draw a card. Okay, that's great. Next turn, we can play Tatyova off the Llanowar if it lives, and then play a land and draw a card immediately. Life is good. Trickster, whatever they play this turn, so they can't block. If it's just the Blade, it's just the Blade. Looks like they're going to Shiv and Fire the Llanowar Elf, which they should do. That keeps us off drawing a card with Tatyova for a turn. Since I don't even have land 6, but I'm ahead on board, I'm just going to play Tatyova. Hopefully they don't go land, kill Tatyova. If they have the Intervention or the Shiv and Fire, they do, but then they take another 3. If they don't, then if we draw land, we play it. If we don't draw land, maybe we're attacking. Who knows? So I think if they were holding Fiery Intervention, there's a near 100% chance they would have killed Tatyova. So my choices now, I could like eviscerate the Journey Mage and then attack with both. Oh, and play Thallid, because I can use Arcanist for eviscerate. So that looks good. I was going to Arcane Flight to use all my mana, but then I just realized that I can still use all my mana and add the Thallid to the board if I just eviscerate the Journey Mage. And while it's not a great creature to eviscerate, Red's creatures aren't great in general. We're way ahead on board. I've still got the Arcane Flight if they play something big and I need to go to the sky. So I think this play was almost a no-brainer. Alright, let's start by playing a land, draw a card, see what we get. And that, again, makes it pretty much a no-brainer. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Should be game over. I guess I might as well Arcane Flight like the Arcanist. They can't possibly really kill it in response with 2 mana open. Only Shiv and Fire could be played here. And, of course, they have to deal with, like, all my stuff. Mono blue versus mono red. Who wins? It's usually mono red, let's be honest. Blue is traditionally pretty good at beating up on like green mid-range decks and stuff, but it usually loses to red aggro. Even though I'm a blue mage, not a red mage. Why not fight Tatyova there? What do you mean fight Tatyova? I'm not really sure what that means. Sylvan Awakening is unplayable in my opinion. I think that card is horrible. Blink is quite good. I am a big fan of Blink. I think Cloud Reader Sphinx is a little better than Blink in general. In Green-Blue, I would normally take Blink over Sphinx. And in Blue-Red Wizards, I would take Blink over Sphinx as well. In Blue-Black, I would take Sphinx over Blink. And put out the one that can attack for 2. I don't really think I'm going to use Arcanist next turn unless I top deck an island, and even then, I'd just be blinking a 2-drop. So now, Divination hit for 1. Might as well attack first, because I don't have any tap lands or anything. And I can't cast anything off... I don't have any 1-colorless spells to cast post-Divination. Because Tatyova was already my best creature. So if they... I want to spread my threats, basically. Like if they draw removal and they kill the Arcane Flight Tatyova, I lose my flying attacker and my card drawing engine. So I would rather separate those. I'd rather turn some little creature that's not particularly useful into a flying attacker and then have my card drawing engine separate. Diversify your threats. Okay, so here I can't do the double blue stuff because I don't have double blue, so it's just Thallid. I don't mind trading Thallid for their Cabal Paladin. I'm not actually a sap stack. I mean, look, this is a bear with upside. It's not like I have nothing that it pumps. I have Slimefoot, which is a token-making machine, another Thallid. But as a whole, I didn't see any Saproling migrations or anything like that, so the Spore Crown Thalids end up medium in my deck. And in this case, I'll happily trade it off for a powerful 4-drop. Cabal Paladin's not a great card, but it does drain for 2 at this point. And hit for 4, for that matter. The opponent kind of seems to have realized that that's not actually a good trade for them. But Eldest Reborn, killing either of those is a good trade for me. And if I draw an island, I can blink with Kicker the Reborn after the 3rd one goes on the stack. Even if I don't draw an island, I can still do it. I just don't get to kick it. 3 Blink of an Eyes in Eldest Reborn is kind of sick, actually. I didn't even realize I had all that until right now. That's some pretty disgusting value. Just keep rebuying the Eldest Reborn. Okay, so this looks very easy. I'm just going to drop Coldwater Snapper. I'm not going to attack because I can double block, but their creature has Menace. So if I did attack, I would just be hitting for 1 to take 3 back. Let me set a stop. It's pretty important since I'm going to blink the Eldest Reborn with the 3rd chapter on the stack. This is just incredible. Value Town. This is going to be sweet, y'all. Isn't my main phase when this goes off? First main? Is it draw step, technically? I don't even know. It's not upkeep. It's either draw step or, like, the start of the first main. Okay, so draw to draw step. Pass so that pass so this gets a counter. Target their Paladin or my Thallid, their Paladin. Ability on the stack. Blink my own Reborn. Life is good. I think it is main. I think it's the start of your first main phase that those happen. Don't see any reason to keep Blink up now. Just going to play another Arcanist. Not exciting, but so be it. Oh yeah, we just have value on value on value. Now we can just replay Reborn, do it all again, have counter mana up. I mean, come on. This is, like I said, you don't kill him with a win condition, you kill him with value. You kill him with kindness. That's how I like to say it. Nothing sweeter in Magic than drawing extra cards. So why not just beat them with the card advantage from Reborn and Blink of an Eye? You don't need win conditions. Kill them with kindness. Win conditions are the most overrated thing in all of Magic. Okay, so Eldest Reborn. We have 2 blue up for a counterspell. Yes, we do. We're winning this race by enough. I think I'm just going to attack now. I wouldn't even be shocked if they conceded, if the head exploded. If it was me, I would concede at this point. Oh, that's good enough to counter, I think. If I was at 10, I can beat that. Like, I could blink a token and whatever. I would think about saving the counter if I was at 10 so that I didn't accidentally lose to Fight with Fire. But Fight with Fire can't even hit the Hexproofer, and I'm not at 10, so, like, Varix is certainly good enough to counter here. Pretty sure we're going to win no matter what we do. I can't conceive of losing this game, honestly. Should I save it? Nah. Who cares? Just make a sap in response. I'm kind of just showing off now, but I want to blink the Eldest Reborn again. I mean, for style points alone, right? So what's the best thing to get back? Spore Crown, that's not very exciting. Windgrace. Varix, we won't kick it, but we'd get a 4/4 flyer. It's probably Varix. And then I can replay the Reborn immediately. Let's tap. Which leaves me 5 for Reborn. Yes, this doesn't matter. I'm kind of just showing off at this point. But hey, you gotta let me have a little fun once in a while. Thank you, True J Tron. Appreciate that subscription. Play to win, but also have some fun along the way, right? Filthy indeed. Build your own Planeswalker. 2 Blink of an Eyes and a Saga. Then you get those abilities turn after turn forever. Rude. That was kind of rude. Hey, they had the ability to concede anytime they want. They chose to suffer. Wow, look at this hand. Turn 1 Elf on the play. Turn 2 Surveyor up that swamp. This hand looks beautiful. And it gets even prettier. As long as we draw lands, this game is going to be awesome for us. This is just an awesome hand. Make it up for that last draft, drawing well this time. Turn 4 Tatyova. We got a Slimefoot. I might even block with the Slimefoot here. I'm not sure. I mean, Slimefoot's a lot better than Honor Guard, but I need to make them sack creatures and shrink Sisay and Honor Guard, or I do get kind of run over. And I really don't need the Slimefoot. Unless they kill Tatyova, but that's pretty hard for green-white to do. Not sure. It feels really weird to block here with Slimefoot, but it could be right. They have a really aggressive start. They're practically playing a standard aggro deck here. I mean, my hand is bonkers too, so, like, that's fine, but... Yeah, Ancient Animus would be about it. I don't know. Feels really weird to block with Slimefoot, but what am I blocking with next turn? I'm taking like 6 or 7 and 3 this turn. I guess after that, Tetyova gains life and Slimefoot makes saps. I don't think I'm going to block. I can stop the bodyguard pretty cleanly. So, like, I think... And I can chump with Surveyor later if I need to. I think it's close to a block, but I don't think it's correct. I'm not going to block with Elfin Surveyor because I want to cast Tetyova a turn earlier. Then I can play land 5 and draw a card a turn earlier. That was nice of them not to attack Ashana. I don't want to trade Tetyova or Slimefoot for it. I mean, listen, Shauna's great, and I'm sure it's only going to get bigger. But, I mean, these creatures are even better. But yeah, now I can just use the Slimefoot as, like, as an engine to give me blockers. Make sure I tap like that. Pretty sure this game is, like, over. I mean, maybe they could, like, Urza's Ruinous Blast, but these legends would live. I seriously have no idea how they can win this game. I'm going to draw 2 cards a turn, gain extra life, make 2/2 blockers now. Like, this is, like, the most over game in the history of Magic. Hello, indeed. Drawing 2 cards a turn, getting a life, making 2 2/2s. If they go to candle something, I'll just blink it in response. So let's make sure we don't use 2 blue, because now I'm going to Slimefoot. And then I'm going to blink the Slimefoot with Kicker so that it doesn't die, and I can just replay it. This deck is gross. Thank you, Alendro. Appreciate the subscription. I don't really want to use any blue, but I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, because the only cards I'm going to play on their turn are blue. Slimefoot's colorless to activate. And I could Wizard's Retort something and blink without Kicker. It's not like I have to draw cards. I mean, drawing cards is nice and all, but I'm up 10,000 cards already this game, roughly speaking. Clearly, we don't need to counter that. They can tap something if they play a Historic Spell. Who cares? We have 10,000 blockers. Do we want to counter that? I don't currently have anything to buy back. Don't actually have any flyers out. But it's hitting for 2, and, like, we're gaining, like, 1 a turn plus Slimefoot. I just don't think we need to counter that. Like, it's a good card, but it's really just not going to win the game at this point. And we're up so much that I want to save counters for game-winning stuff. Okay, I guess I'll just trade a Saproling for that. So let's see. Is this comes into play or cast? Cast? Because, like, if I eviscerated Shauna, all my 2/2s could attack. But they could also just get Shauna back if they play a historic card. I really could just swarm and throw away 2/2s. Who even cares? So I think I'm going to chill for now. Make a couple more 2/2 saps. Then I'll just start attacking with all the 2/2 Saprolings. And I really don't think any of this matters. Again, that's a decent card. I just can't counter it. This counterspell is reserved for something that actually wins the game. Because we're winning from all angles. We're making 2 or 3 2/2s a turn. Soon I'll just attack, like, right into their stuff. They'll eat a creature or two, take, like, 6 to 8, get drained by the other ones. Like, Slimefoot gives us inevitability. We're developing our board every turn. If they play something that's actually game-winning, I've got to counter. Like, we're just literally winning from all angles at this point. 4, 8, 10, 11 this turn. Still just chilling, I think. Especially since they just played another 2/2 first striker, so that lets them eat one more creature on an alpha, which is no big deal, but we want to make a couple more before we alpha. So that, I think, is worth eviscerating. I'm not going to counter it. Maybe I'll just blink it end of turn since it's so expensive. Clearly, I don't care about drawing cards anymore. I think it's time to start attacking. So I think the plan... I don't want to kill a 3 casting cost creature because those come back. So I think the plan is return the 7-drop because that uses all their mana if they want to recast it. And then I'll eviscerate Quende. And then I can just attack with, like, all the stuff I don't really even care about. Hello, they're all going to turn into 3/3s. Now I don't even have to eviscerate Quende. So I was going to eviscerate Quende and attack with all the 2/2 saps. Now, Quende's only trading with a sap, not eating it, because they're about to be 3/3s. So I guess, do I eviscerate Shauna? It comes back if they have a historic, but they only have one unknown card. Thorn Elemental's not historic. I don't really think it matters what I do. I don't think it's conceivable I can lose. I guess I'm not going to eviscerate anything for now. I'm just going to play that. I really don't even care about this Tatyova anymore. I mean, I don't need to draw any more extra cards. If they have Urza's Runus Blast, I'm going to counter it. I don't want to lose Spore Crown Thallid because that's pumping a lot of creatures. So I think I'm going to send all the 3/3s besides Slimefoot and Thallid, including Tatyova. Tatyova at this point has drawn me 7 extra cards. I've got 14 left in my deck. It's done its job. It's basically just another 3/3 to me at this point. Okay, so Quende first, because we can't kill Shauna yet. Other than that, sure. And obviously they're dead next turn, and there's no cards they can play. Nothing matters. Urza's Runus Blast would be the only card, and I'd Wizard's Retort that, of course. Ancient Animus, not going to do it. I mean, Tatyova probably went further to win me that game than any card. Slimefoot ended up being the engine I killed them with, or the win condition, so to speak. But in reality, I won that game because I drew 2 cards a turn for 6 turns or whatever. Like, Tatyova did more to win that game than Slimefoot, in my opinion. But now that it's already drawn all its extra cards, might as well send a 3/3 body into combat if it's useful. I certainly wouldn't have traded Tatyova off earlier in that game. Alright, we already have our lands, so we can try and impulse up any creature or a swamp. Or a forest, because that's all that's there. So if we play Arcanist, we have access to 4 mana with Divination next turn. But that's not going to help us. We can't do anything with the 1 mana. So I'd rather play the 2/2. Also, if they have Syncopate, I mean, I guess they wouldn't Syncopate Arcanist, but I'm happy if they Syncopate Spore Crown Thallid. Remember, we're not actually a Saprolings deck. It's certainly worth including the Spore Crown Thallids. We have a Slimefoot. They can win us a late game. But we're not some all-in Saps deck by any stretch. Maybe I should have played around second Syncopate here just because they're not doing anything else. Played the Arcanist this turn, but again, I also just don't really care if they counter my Divination. So Arcanist isn't doing anything, so I'm going to attack. Maybe they'll take one, maybe they'll block and they'll bounce. It's kind of a free roll bluff. Play Tatyova. There are a lot of times where I'll wait till turn 6 to play Tatyova if I have something good to do on turn 5, so I can play a land immediately. But blue-white doesn't have that many ways to kill it, just Blessed Light. But also, the real reason I'm playing it here on turn 5 is because I have a 6-drop. So next turn I want to play a land, draw a card, play Snapper. So it's worth the risk of this getting Blessed Lighting and me missing out on a card. Because I don't have any 5-drops or 4-drops to play this turn, and I have a 6-drop I want to play next turn. Also, their mana's tapped, so they can't counter it. Very true. Alright, no decisions here. Best of one's high variance. You're probably not doing anything wrong. I wrote a bunch of archetype guides, if you Google them. So you could look that up for some advice. But usually when people are like getting smashed early in a format, like if something's been online for 2 days and people are getting smashed in it, again, just like when I won 3 a draft and then 7-2 the next, like best of one is high variance. Like, I understand we're gamers, we're strategists. We want to say, like, what could I have done better? The reality is, the number one factor in winning or losing any game of Magic is card draw quality between you and your opponent. After that, deck quality, play skill, etc. Card draw quality is, like, overwhelmingly number one in any game. So they could have, like, Gideon's Reproach, but I could always just blink the Tatyova. I've got 7, 8 mana if I use Arcanist for Blink. So I think I'm going to attack with all 3. If they don't do anything, drop Snapper. If they kill Tatyova, Blink it. And then I still have Trickster on their turn. Like if they Gideon's Reproach or seal away Tatyova here, I'm going to Blink it to save it. Not surprised at all to see that. Let's just make sure the auto tapper only uses 2 blue. I mean, Booster Draft is probably the most skill rewarding, but that's not to say, again, that any one game is that, draw quality is going to be the most important in any one game. But again, you say that and then people go, oh, it's all luck. No, any one game is mostly luck. But if over your Magic career, I mean, listen, even if you're not a pro, just casual playing, over years and years and years of playing, if you win 40% of your games or you win 60% of the games, you're going to get a lot more success, prizes, fun, whatever it is. You're going to do a lot better if you win 60% of your games over the long run. But in one game, it's mostly luck. Over the long run, your skill determines whether you win 60 or 40. I should not have played that land. I forgot I had Tatyova. Basically, when you're running bad, try not to take it to heart because it's probably mostly variance. If you're over the long run, you're not winning a lot, then you might not be like drafting well or playing well. But if you're just losing over a couple of days, over a week, it's mostly just variance. I have, like, seasons where I never finished number 1, but where I've hit number 1 Mythic ranking, and seasons where my Mythic ranking was 98% or whatever. And that's over, like, a month. That's a season. And times I've been, like, number 1, number 6, number 4, whatever, and then other times I'm, like, number 1,278 or 97%. That is the nature of Magic. Doesn't seem like there's any choices. They can group block one, chump the other, but they're not doing anything if they're not attacking, and if they clear the way for the Tatyova and the other creatures, that's good. Think I would rather leave them a 2/3 and kill 2 1/1s than leave them a 2/2 and a 1/1 and kill the 2/3 and the 1/1. So we'll trade for a 2/2, a 1/1, and a 1/1 and leave them the 2/3. Hey, they stole my Tetyova? I didn't sign up for that. Okay, Song is a pretty good draw, because that gives us access to black mana now. So, I can Eviscerate Tetyova, attack with... I have to tap one of these for black. So then I want to tap another one for black, so I cast Slimefoot. So, don't think this matters much. Just go ahead and Eviscerate Tetyova for sure. And then I can attack with Snapper. They have to block. 3 for Slimefoot. 1, 2, 3, 4 to make a token. So I think we want to attack with only Snapper, because we have exactly 7 up. You can use Slimefoot in the tokens for mana with Song, but you can't when they're summoning sick, I think. I guess they just conceded. Thank you, Comrade Kush. Appreciate the subscription. So I was going to post-combat, tap one of my creatures for a black and 2 lands and play Slimefoot, and then end of their turn, I had 7. I would have been able to tap the other creature and the other 3 lands and make a sap. Okay, we're definitely keeping this 2-lander on the draw. If we draw 1 land, it's a pretty sweet hand. If we get stuck on 2, we'll probably lose, but that's how it goes. Thanks, VC. Appreciate the compliment. Obviously, we're 1 land away from a great hand, so I would never mull this. Song, unfortunately, doesn't actually add mana with no creatures out. 2 cracks down, 1 to go. Hopefully, we'll draw a land here. Boo. Thank you, Ernest Ja. Appreciate the subscription. I discarded Arcane Flight because I assume we'll end up on our back foot. Might have been right to discard Song, but we could also use that for lands. Think blue is the one we need doubles of. Like, we need our first green more than our first blue, but we need our second blue more than our second green. So now, what can we do? We could grow Unkicked. We could Song and play a 3-drop. We don't have a ton of creatures out yet, but that's still pretty good. That will give us, what, 4 lands? 2 creatures, so that's 6 mana for next turn. A land makes 7. I think we probably want to wait like 1 more turn on Song if we can. So I'm just going to blink, I think, their Windgrace here. It's kind of just like a time walk. It's not great. They can mill another 3 and gain another 3. That's kind of irrelevant. But the reason I'm doing this is because we want to, like, get our lands out before we Song. So stalling things is good for us. If they tap 5 for the 5-drop again, we can Eldest Reborn it. And then after that, we'll have a bunch more mana out. We can, like, grow and Song and so on. And this lets us Eldest Reborn a real creature, which is always great. Take their Snapper. Unfortunately, we could take their Sentinel and blink Reborn, except Reborn will already be gone, so that doesn't work. Okay, so now we're getting close to Songing. This turn we have 6. I can grow, and then I have 2, and I can play Thallid. Or, I'm sorry, I have 3. I can play Slimefoot, even better. So let's grow with Kicker. Puts the lands into play. Untapped right now. Play the Slimefoot. And then next turn, I think, is Song time. No need to chump block. They're not really threatening us. We can block those easily next turn after Reborn goes off here. Pretty sure we want Coldwater Snapper. I could take the 3/3 Blink the Surveyor for another land, but I don't really need another land. Let's be reasonable. For 9, 10 mana effective this turn, so that works out pretty well. Now we can Song, which lets the Skittering Surveyor tap for mana. And then we can use all of our lands. 6 for the Snapper. 2 for the Thallid. Life is good. The only way life would be better is if we still had the Slimefoot out. Hey, Eldest Reborn might be sweeter than Song, but we can still blink the Song next turn. This turn, I don't think I want to attack, because they can double block and trade with a Snapper, and Song's about to go off. So let's set a stop. We'll do Song Blink, just like we do Eldest Reborn Blink. 3 blinks, 2 sagas. Don't mind if I do. And then next turn, our creatures will grow, get indestructible, and we'll just replay Song, so it'll go off again in 2 turns. And we can attack with everything, because they're going to be indestructible. So, draw step. Trigger on stack. Hey, where did it go? Didn't I set a stop? Sigh. I guess I messed that up. I meant to blink the Song, but whatever. We'll just blink the Chainer's Torment token now. I mean, it worked with the Reborn. I let it resolve. Yeah, it was probably my fault. It's alright. I would have blinked the Song, but they are going to get a Chainer's Torment token, so we'll just blink that in a couple turns. Oh, I didn't set a main, only an upkeep there by mistake. Okay. I know it's main. I'm the one who actually even pointed that out to the chat last time, but I guess I just misclicked, like, on which one without paying close enough attention. So this doesn't matter. My creatures are indestructible and trample. They're doing that so they get a decent block on it. That's fine. I'm not going to blink to deal them a couple points of damage, obviously. I can just wait and then blink the Chainer's Torment token. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Like I said, it would have been sweeter to blink Song, but it's hardly a big deal. Okay, so now I can just attack with, like, everything. If they double block the Thallid, like, with the 2/2 and a 1/1 or something, fine. The Knight doesn't have first strike, I don't care. Or double block with a 2/2 and a 1/3, I'll just trade it for a 2/2. I don't have any other saps. It's helping clear the way for the Coldwater Snappers to get through. I'm going to keep the Arcanist back just because that they could have a profitable block on, plus it basically stops the whole team. I could blink it in response, and then I would draw a card and they wouldn't. But I'm probably better off bouncing the Chainer's Torment token, so I'll just let it happen. If they didn't have a Chainer's Torment about to go off, I would have blinked the Thallid in response, because then they don't get to draw a card, and I do, so it's like a 2-card swing, or a 1-card swing. But given they're about to make, like, a 9/9 token, I probably won't blink for that, right? What can they get back? Nothing too good. Yeah, I should have kept my lands for Tatyova if I haven't drawn it yet. You're right, chat, as usual. I'll stop playing them. I can use a lot of mana in one turn. Remember, blinks cost 4 and draw a new card. But with Tatyova in my deck, I should hold at least 1, if not 2 lands. Cool. I think if I blink their lifelinker, they're not dead, but they have to block both 5 powers, right? If they block like 1/5 and a 2, nah, it's only 8. It's 1 point short. So maybe I'll just attack with 2/5/6 and then let them double block and then mess them up in combat. That seems better than blinking pre-combat. Right, so now I can blink either one of these. If they have Historic, the Sanctum lives, but I think I'd rather leave the Sanctum Spirit to die. It's actually kind of better than the Knight, and if they discard a Historic card, fine. Historic cards are generally pretty good, like what are they holding? So I think I'm going to blink the Knight. And then they'll either eat the Sanctum Spirit or they'll discard a Historic card. Fine, either way. I'll hold the lands for Tatyova. I can't make them discard first, because if I pass to them, they just pass, and then my Coldwater Snapper dies. Also, if they have a Historic card, they can choose to discard it to save the Spirit or not. Either way, I can just blink the Knight, and then I either, kill the Historic card from their hand or the Sanctum Spirit in play. Like, fine either way. Five, 10, 12, 15. So they're not dead, but they're going to have to chump. So I can attack with everything. If they were to eat my 2/2, they would take 5, 10, 13, and die. They're not actually taking lethal. If they put the Knight in front of the Coldwater, it's only 10, but they have to chump block and go to 2, so life is good. I don't need to hold this many lands, so now I'm going to play one. Hey, thanks, Barracuda. Appreciate all the bits. You got me. I think they're going to concede after this. They're dead on board. Thank you, Blowick13. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. Diamond. Not bad, not bad. Working our way up. Not really, Barracuda, but it could be interesting to do a stream, a coaching session. Definitely an idea. I feel like coaching is better done in private, not because it's so secretive, but you don't want people to be self-conscious. When I coach somebody, I always tell them to lead and to ask me everything they're thinking and tell me what they're going to do, and then I give them my thoughts and my feedback on everything they would do wrong and everything they would do different from me, and I try and explain all the reasons. So I feel like on stream people would probably be a little self-conscious, but it could be a thing to do, especially with somebody who's pretty good or something. But as a whole, I think coaching is better done kind of privately. Because I want people to tell me everything they're thinking and everything they would do and not be self-conscious. So that I can give them the best possible feedback on everything. So I decided to wait on the Impulse because this is a 3-land, 3-spell hand, 4-spell hand. So I don't really know if I want a land or a creature right now. I've talked about this concept with Scry before. Let's say your hand is 5 lands, then you can Impulse or Scry turn 1 because you're bottoming lands, you're looking for creatures. Let's say you have a 2-lander, then you Impulse or Scry turn 1 because you're bottoming spells and looking for lands. When you have a 3 or 4-lander, you kind of want to wait on your Scries or your Impulses because you don't know what you need. And it's still the case. Right now I need 2 more lands to cast Snapper and put Arcane Flight on it, so I kind of want lands. But I'm going to draw a card off Blink. I might get flooded. So for now, I'm just going to chill. I'm not in a rush to cast this Adventurous Impulse. Let me see whether I draw lands or spells, and then I'll know what I need off the Impulse. Even though this is not exciting, I'm just going to kill their token because I want to draw cards. See if I find good spells, if I find lands, like I said, so I know what I need off Impulse. Okay, now we're only 1 land away from Snapper, and that's not even including Song, which we can then use Arcanist and Song to cast Snapper. So now I'm going to Impulse, I'm going to bottom lands, take creatures if I get a choice. Of course, I didn't get a choice, so I just had to take the land. And I think here I'm going to play Song. Hopefully they don't remove Arcanist. This isn't going to be the best Song ever, but the reason I'm doing this is because it lets me play the Snapper a turn early. And that's important because I don't have a lot going on right now, and I want to try and win this game with Snapper Flight. Yeah, no doubt it would be useful, Barakuba. I mean, it's not that different than like a draft video or the stream, except, for the one-on-one feedback aspect, like for the other people learning. But definitely something I will consider. So that worked out really poorly. I was like, blue-green probably doesn't have much removal, so I made the aggressive play of playing Song last turn, because they're blue-green, so it's pretty hard for them to kill my Arcanist. They played Icy, effectively killed Arcanist, and kept me off Snapper this turn. So now Song is only pumping Arcanist, so this is bad. When me and Elspie made a draft video together way back in the day, and it was basically me coaching him on stream. He's a better technical player than me, but it was basically me just like, don't take that 6-drop. Don't take that 4th color card. Don't take that 7-drop over and over and over again. So that's kind of like me coaching him on stream. So we're losing from all angles resource-wise, but Coldwater Snapper kind of stops their whole team. I can't put Arcane Flight on it and hit them for 5 because I'll die. But if we draw, like, all our card advantage and stuff, maybe we can get out of this. Because Coldwater Snapper is literally stopping everything. Also, I don't know what they have to close, but they've been milling themselves, not me. So maybe we can just deck them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They keep milling themselves. Like, which I'm not saying is wrong, because they probably have some synergy, and I use the graveyard too. But I wonder if we can deck them if they can't get through the Snapper. If I'd stop drawing lands and draw some spells, that would be nice. They're on 14 cards in their deck. They've played 3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 14, 15. So they probably got about another 8 spells that we have to work through. Multani will be really tough for us. We don't really have ways to exile. Hopefully it'll just be like their bottom card or something. Aha, so they have Gaia's Blessing. That's why they were doing it. Mill out all those lands, and they can shuffle back in the good spells and then draw them and use them to win. That's pretty sweet. And if they have another Gaia's Blessing, then they literally can't deck. Okay, come on, deck. This is a little ridiculous, don't you think? At some point, I have to draw spells. So if they have a second Gaia's Blessing, they can't deck. Oh, or the Mending. Ha, that's going to shuffle everything back in, too. This is a cool deck. So this is going to shuffle the Blessing back in. And then the Mending goes in the yard, and then they can shuffle the Mending back in with the Blessing. So they can't deck. That's why they're doing this. They're going to stack their draws and stuff. Now, I can mess them up with my Wizard's Retort if I draw that and they don't have a counter. For now, I can't do anything, but I guess luckily my Snapper's stopping their whole team, so... Oh, this is peak Dominaria. I just don't like how flooded I am. I wish I had more interaction to fight this. I need to draw Wizard's Retort. If I drew, like, Blink into Wizard's Retort, I could blink the Mending and then counter it, and then that would just be game. They would just deck. So hopefully we'll do that. That would be a sweet way to win. Oh, Arcanist isn't that. They still only have 11, but they have the Blessing. So again, I don't know if they can beat the Snapper or not. They probably can since I'm so flooded. But if I draw my counter, or I draw like my Tatyova or something, because I know they can deck me, but if I draw my counter and I stop their blessing, maybe I can deck them first. They mill my Tatyova and my Slimefoot, so that's rough. But I still have my Eldest Reborn. I still have my Wizard's Retort, so I still have some of the relevant cards. I need to find those cards soon, though. Like, really soon. Okay, well, that's just gonna kill me. Oh. I assume it's gonna kill me. I guess I get Trickster. I'm super dead. That was a sweet deck. I mean, I was super flooded. If I had my own card drawing, my Eldest Reborn, my Wizard's Retort, my Blinks at the right time, I could have beaten that deck. I was like super duper flooded. But their deck was really cool. They couldn't attack previous because my Snapper was bigger than everything and would just eat anything. And they were mostly trying to deck me or kill me with a kill condition. They weren't an aggro deck. Their plan that whole time was to reshuffle all their stuff and deck me or kill me with Sylvan Awakening. But I have a Wizard's Retort. I have an Eldest Reborn. So I had some Blinks at the right time. So I had some ways to mess that up if I wasn't super flooded. But yes, I think their deck was awesome. I love decks like that in Dominaria. Super sweet. I genuinely think the Cuneo Mono Red Aggro is good. I just hate it because it's like Dominaria offers so much potential for cool loops and recursion and super sweet stuff like what the opponent just had. Why do you want to get 2 Lavu Runners and Warriors Furies and 2-mana Tutus? Mono Red in this format? Yuck. Opponent's deck? Super sweet. Hey, we get a rematch. Same opponent. Only this time we have Tatyova and a turn 1 Llanowar Elf, so hopefully we'll have a good game this time. I'm not complaining. I'm happy about the rematch. Their deck is sweet, and I had a really poor hand last time. Hopefully this time we can have a better game. Alright, chat, just for you. I never emote, but just for you, chat. So, I don't think we saw any real ways for them to kill Tatyova, right? I don't need to blink anything, and blinks are pretty valuable against them going into the long game, so I'm just going to hold on to the blink here. Even though it's not mana efficient, like, with everything their deck does and everything my deck does with the sagas and their saga and the milling, blink can be really valuable in this matchup. Against, like, a green-black Saps, I would have just killed the 1/1 Sapling and drew a card, but not against a blue-green deck you mill deck or whatever. Deck them, deck you, etc. deck. So now, land, draw a card. Let's get the Snapper down. Life is good. Of course, I'm not offering Tatyova up. They can try and candle it, but I've got my blinks to protect it. They love their candles because they're a recursive deck, and they have these excavators, so they're cheap mills. So I can attack with Snapper, I can bounce Tatyova. I think I bounce Tatyova now, because if they have their 6 up and I go to blink it, they can candle it in response. If I bounce it now, they can't do anything, and then even if they have candle up, I can play it, play a land, and draw a card immediately. So I think the play is attack with Snapper, and then I'm just going to blink my own Tatyova here to free it up. With kicker, of course, but that goes without saying. Hello. Do I play that now on the Snapper, or do I wait? I don't think we saw anything that interacts with this. I think this is just going to be game, so I want to resolve it just in case they have a counter. I don't even know if I want to draw cards because they have to deck me now. I don't know how they can beat this. I mean, last game we saw most to all of their deck. This trade seems fine. I don't really need the Spore Crown. It's not doing much. So no black, but that's okay. I mean, I don't want to draw mad cards like I wouldn't mill myself, but I'll take a card off Tatyova, especially since a swamp is a good draw right now. I think I'm just going to block with Tatyova. I don't really want to draw more cards. And I have the Reborn to get it back if I want to. Same opponent twice in a row, yeah. I didn't take it because I don't really want to keep drawing extra cards because them decking me is like the only way I think they can win. Yeah, but the Sylvan Awakening, I'm at 22. So again, I'm just keeping my life total up because that's a one-shotter, and I'm not like putting them in a position where they could potentially deck me or something. Because they do have all these Explorers and Recursion and stuff. Hey, there's the Multani. That's an out to block Snapper, except we're going to blink it and that's game. So let's get that last card out of their hand. Can I kick it? Always. Revenge served. Maybe we can play them one more time and get the rubber match, the rubber game. Game 3, yeah. I mean, I'm going to jump right back in the queue. Maybe we'll get Game 3 to decide the match against them. Both my deck and their deck are really good, but I did get super flooded the first game against them. Which is unfortunate, because they messed up our 7-0 potentially. Because we are 6-1 now. Okay, turn 1 Llanowar. With this hand, I would impulse as soon as possible, because we know we don't need lands. But of course, we want to get our Mana Accelerator out first. I'll probably just then Surveyor up a Swamp. Use all my mana, thin the deck a little, and then we can try and impulse into one of my good threats like Tatyova or Slimefoot. Good game, iChessBlum. Your deck is so cool. Game 1, like, you know, you could beat me, obviously, your deck's great, but I was, like, super flooded, so I was, like, even as I was complaining about being a little flooded, I was complimenting your deck so much. I love your deck. Like, it's so sweet. Okay, so what do we want to do now? Hey, thank you, Rookie MVP. Appreciate you gifting out a sub to iChess. They definitely deserve it for drafting that awesome deck. And 2 good games. Okay, so what do we want to do? We could Spore Crown, we could grow for a forest and then impulse. Do I want to wait to kick grow? We don't really need 2 lands out of grow, right? We already have 5. I think if we grow for a forest here, we already have the second blue. Then we can play the impulse right now. This looks pretty good. So even though we don't have land 6 yet, it doesn't make sense to take land 6 over Snapper because the only 6 mana cards in my deck are the 2 Snappers, right? So like if I draw land, now Snapper's online. If I don't, then I'm drawing a bunch of business and I'll just do the other stuff in the meantime. Okay, no real choices. Just slap down Snapper. And if you don't have Arcane Flight for Snapper, it's still bigger than almost everything in this format. The only thing is they can double block it, but we have Blink, so we're pretty good at messing up double blocks. So let's see what they have. Guess they could triple block it if they don't hit me with the Flyer, but they probably will attack with the Flyer. Then we'll attack with the Snapper. If they double block, we get them good. If they take it, we play another Snapper. So no choices here. If they double block, we blink the Explorer, eat the Sphinx. If they take it, Snapper number 2, and the race is on. I don't know if we're going to win or lose. They have Flyers, but we have Blinks. Yeah, that was a good mill. They got Eviscerate in Tatyova. Oof. That was pretty rough. Now I think we're in pretty bad shape. Okay, but I still have to be willing to trade these Snappers for Flyers, so we're certainly going to attack. I mean, I didn't have any choices. I needed to play land 6 in order to play the Snapper. It's not like I could have held lands or I played excess lands. But we're in pretty rough shape now. Hopefully I'll top deck Arcane Flight, slap it on the Snapper, and then we can have the game go long or something like that. Oh, Blink's not the worst. If they go for a double block, we can mess them up. Unfortunate I didn't have that last turn, but still a pretty lucky draw. I can't really complain. So, I think I'm going to tap, like, what? Slime Foot's still in there. Yeah. So I'm going to tap, like, that. I'm going to bounce the Explorer. I don't mind them milling me one more time. I need to kill the Flyers, I think. Arcane on the bottom. Oh, I missed it on the impulse. Well, that's not great. This card is really good. You save your best creature and grow it. So the Surveyor's going to survive. The other 2 are going to die anyway, so I might as well send the other 2 here. This kills non-artifact creatures, so I don't need... So the Snapper's as good as dead already. But the Surveyor's going to survive, so I don't want to send that here. I think at this point I'll counter Explorer even. Definitely counter that. It's just another Flyer that puts me on a 1-turn clock instead of a 2-turn clock. I think this game's looking pretty bad, but I don't know if it's completely unwinnable. Like, if we drew Eldest Reborn here, that would have been a really awesome draw. Another island isn't going to help us, though. Yeah, I flooded a good bit, but also had some really good draws. Remember, I'm 6-2. Like, my 2 losses were floods, but, like, for example, against iChess, yeah, I flooded the first game, but the second game I had a total nut draw. I went turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Surveyor, turn 4 Tatyova. Like, I had a total nut draw. So, I mean, sometimes you flood, sometimes you get good draws, right? I'm 6-2. I can't really complain. You want to see a game 3? Sure. Are you around, iChess? If you're still around, I'm signing off after this draft. But if you're still around, I'll add the deck to decks and then play iChess one more game, just one best of 1 game. Their deck is sweet. Would be nice to have a game where I didn't nut draw or get flooded, and they had a normal draw. Dominaria is not high variance because you play long grindy games and there's good removal, but it's still best of 1 is high variance. Nah, I'm 5'11", but I'm 6-2 in this draft. I wish I was 6'2". Do you want to play a game, iChess, with your deck? Like, if I challenge you after this game, would you just be down to play just like 1 game, the game 3, since we played each other twice? Sweet. Okay, so I guess one of us needs to message the other the like full name to add on the friends list or whatever, and then we can just challenge. Listen, Ewan, I think our system is really stupid. If it were up to me, we'd switch to metric. I mean, I'm not one of those Americans who's like, oh yeah, our way is better. Like, obviously, feet and inches are ridiculous. Metric is better. But that's what we use. That's what I learned. So, I mean, I don't have an island, but obviously I'm not going to mull this. Impulse finds islands, Surveyor, Grow. Hopefully we'll draw an island soon. Better late than never. Don't know if it's too late or not. So I just need the numbers. Like, I need your, like, arena name plus, like, the number 6126 or whatever. Like, the actual name. I don't think you can DM me on arena, though. So you probably have to DM me here on Twitch or something like that. Unless you want to post it. It's not like anyone, it's not your password. It just means people could add you to the friends list if they wanted to, but you'd have to accept. So it's up to you. If you want to, you can post it in the chat. Like I said, it just means people have the ability to challenge you and stuff like that. Or you can DM it to me and I'll try and pull up the DM on Twitch. Yeah, it's not like anyone can steal your account. It just means some people will probably challenge you or send you friend requests or things like that. Okay, so what do we want to do? I don't think I want to play Song yet. I don't really need Blink Up. I think, like, Snapper stalemates everything but the air. So, for now, I think I just want to wait and hope I draw, like, more creatures. I can't wait too long. But I think I can wait, like, one more turn. Okay, so after this game, I'll challenge you. If you've never done this before with like a draft deck, you have to add your deck to like your constructed decks. There's a button that's like save add to decks or something like that. I'll show it to you when I do it like after this game for mine. If you know how to do it, great. If you don't, I'll show you after this game because I have to do it for mine. Yeah, Song does let me hold up Retort, but again, if I draw more creatures, then Song is a lot better. So I'm not in a hurry to get Song out. Oh, until your no, it's until your next turn. It works. You get the mana on their turn. But that said, it's still better to wait, I think. Okay, cool. When this game's over, I'm gonna challenge you. Okay, I don't want that to happen. My choices are Wizard's Retort or Blink. They've got, what, 6 attackers? So if I blink with Kicker, I have 2 blockers. So that means 4 get through, so that's lethal. If I blink without Kicker, I have 3 blockers, which means Oh no, they have 7 attackers, which means 4 get through, and that's lethal. So I think I can't do anything about that. I think I just... well, I could retort it, and then I could still have a blink in combat plus 2 blockers, but that doesn't work. Yeah, I can't do anything about that, right? I can't retort it or I'm dead. I can blink it. No, I can't blink it. If I blink it without kicker, I have 3 blockers for, and that means 4 attackers get through, which is exactly 7, and I'm dead. I can't blink again in combat because I won't have blue mana, right? Will the creatures still have the ability even after the song leaves play? Oh yeah, they will. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, sure. Oops. Well, I guess I took too long. Didn't work out that badly, but... oh no, it did, because it tapped the Arcanist. So here we are. And then I guess blinking a token makes more sense, because it's gone forever. They could just replay Sphinx and get another Scry. Yeah, I see what's up. I roped out there. I apologize. Alright, we're dead. I was probably going to lose anyway, but... so ideally, I blink the song. I don't think I'd blink song. I think the right play is just to let that happen. Then when they attack with everything, I can blink a couple blockers and eat a couple blockers, and it's way less bad for me. I don't think the right play was to blink song. So unfortunately, just a 6-3 with this sweet deck, but a couple not great draws. Now, let's see. Wait, where's my deck? Oh. Uh-oh. Did I have to save it before I got the prize? I didn't know that. I can make it, but... ouch. Okay, I'll make it to play you on. It's not going to be that hard. We'll remember the deck. I just drafted it. Obviously, this is, like, a pain, but it's fine. Let's see. So, I have to make it historic, basically. Sets... just want Dominaria to be the only set here. It'll be on my tracker. I mean, whatever. I don't think this is going to be hard. I have a pretty good memory. Like, 3 blinks. My 3 black cards were Eldest Reborn, Eviscerate, and Slimefoot. We have a Wizard's Retort, 2 Snappers, Flight, 2 Impulses, Song. See how well we can remember the deck we just drafted. 2 Spore Crown Thalids, 2 Arcanists. Okay, let's see. 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 11, 12, 14, 17. So we have another 3 cards. We have a Surveyor. I'm sorry, another 6 cards. So we have a Surveyor, so that's 5. Tatyova. So that's 4. Llanowar Elves, so that's 3. Grow, so that's 2. Yep, y'all are nailing it. 1 Divination, that's true. So that's 1 card left. And it was a Trickster. That's the whole deck. Nice job, chat. And then... I know I played exactly 2 Swamps. 872. Did I have, like, a Memorial? I think I had a Green Memorial, right? 1 copy of Green Memorial. I think I did. Well, Cardboard Live will answer this debate. 10 minutes ago, draft deck. I just clicked on the link. Nope, no Memorial. Memorial was the last deck. Wishful thinking, I'm wrong. Okay, so that's the deck. So now I can just save this. And if you're good to go, iChess, I sent you a friend request, and then I'll challenge you via the friends list. I don't think I have to change the deck. I don't think it matters. I'm going to end up deleting it after this. I'm just going to challenge via the 40-card deck format so that it's a legal challenge versus iChess. The Wizard's Retort's in there. The Memorial was last draft. Y'all were right. I was wrong. The Wizard's Retort is in there. The Memorial was last draft. You're right. I was wrong. Sent requests. I might have your name off by a letter or something. I'll try sending it again. Maybe there's like a space there isn't supposed to be or something. Yep. So challenge match, 40-card deck, best of one, coin flip. Cool. Nah, it's fine. You just have to get used to it. It's really not that hard. Once somebody's on your friend list, you can just literally click that like sword icon and it challenges them, and then you just put in the settings. So the rubber game against iChess's Super Sweet Blue-Green Self-Mill. Last game of the day. Yeah, I'm in too. We good. Now stop watching the stream. I know. It was a half joke. We're playing for fun. This isn't even ranked or anything. It's just the rubber game since we went 1-1. Looks like we both have good draws this time. I didn't need to change the deck to a limited deck. We're literally already in the game. So next turn we have Tatyova. I don't think there's any reason to song this early. I mean, if I song, I could play Tatyova and play a land, but they could also just candle the elf. So I'm pretty sure we just chill. Obviously, iChess here had a really good start, but they're not an aggro deck. It's not like our life total's in jeopardy. We're just going to have to be patient. We have Blink and Retort up for this turn, potentially. Okay, well, apparently not iChess, but I eat flowers, which I don't personally eat flowers, but to each their own. So I can't blink the candle in a turn because they'll sack it. So I think I just untap and draw. Like, I could blink, like, the Explorer with Kicker. It's not really a big deal if they mill themselves. I'm not going to be able to blink the Tatyova in response to the candle or anything. They're already on 6 mana. Guess I probably do want to do this. I mean, like I said, in a matchup like this, Blink is pretty valuable. But, oh, you know what I could do? I could Blink the Marwyn. And then they either have to candle or strand their mana. That looks good. I'm going to Blink the Marwyn into their turn. This forces them to either candle the Llanowar Elf or just strand all that mana this turn. And if they candle the Llanowar Elf, that's good for me because I have Tatyova, and I don't need the elf. I have plenty of lands right now. Okay, so I don't actually want to counter that Marwyn, and counter could be really valuable much later in this matchup. So assuming I don't have to discard, I think I'm going to divination. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I can play a land. So yeah, let's divination, see what we get, and then we can impulse. Surveyor looks better than an island. You can always play it next turn. Plus, it's a body with song. Hey, like I said, I don't eat flowers, but I'm big on teach their own. As long as you're not hurting nobody else, if you want to eat flowers, that's your business. Okay, let's see. So they had another candle, but I'll still get the card out of Tatyova as long as I don't play it this turn, which I'm certainly not going to do. So I think we want another island. So let's just play Surveyor, grab an island, and then play Arcanist. No blocks on that, of course. I'm not chumping earlier than I have to. Their deck is not aggressive. They could mill me out. They could mill themselves. They could kill me with their finisher, the Sylvan Awakening. But these little hits don't matter that much. So now if I play Tatyova, I can then play an island and draw a card. And if they go for Candle on Tatyova, I can bounce it. Oh no, I don't have Blink anymore, duh. So I can't save it. But I'm not going to be able to save it regardless from that Candle. So we get the card immediately. And I do have 2 blinks I might top deck, so I'm going to choose Island just in case I hit one of my 2 blinks. No such luck. I am kind of dying to Explorer Beatdown, but I guess next turn I can play Arcanist, and then I can actually just triple block a 3-3, and I only lose one of my 3 creatures. Or I can play Snapper. So let's see. We have 3, 5, 7, 8 mana. So I can play Snapper, but I don't have anything up. I can play Arcanist and like Song and still have up a counter. That looks pretty good. But I don't really want to triple block. I mean, because I don't want to lose creatures before Song goes off. This is kind of interesting. Thank you, Reach W. Appreciate that subscription. So my choices this turn are Arcanist, Song with Retort up, or Snapper. Arcanist, Song, and Snapper. But then I only have 2 on-tap blockers, so if they kill the Arcanist, do I die? Yeah. Well, because these will produce mana, but I don't think that's worth it. I don't want to drop shields and possibly die. I could play Song and Snap. Yeah, I can't do it. It's too risky. I think I'm just going to slap down Snapper, because if they have removal, I'm not dead. If they alpha, Snapper eats one, and then, like, I chump the other and go to 1. I know they don't have a lot of removal. They could play Icy and, like, tap one of my blockers, but Snapper's going to eat anything it blocks. So I think this turn I just want to slap down the Snapper to stabilize, and then next turn we can try and play Song and Arcanist. Also, like I talk about a lot, you want to hold Song as long as you reasonably can. I mean, look, if you've got an explosive draw and you've dumped out all your stuff and you Song early, you can win with Song and it's beautiful. But, like, in a game like this, in a grindy, crazy control matchup, like against Flowers deck here, I kind of want to hold Song for an extra turn or 2 if possible, because that might be an extra creature it pumps. Blue doesn't do anything. Wizard's Retort is double blue, so it wouldn't really do anything for me. So now it's Arcanist and Song. Of note, I held the Swamp because if I draw a black card, I can play Swamp and cast it. I mean, if I have 2 black out, they can't really tap both with Icy, but you never know if they're messing with my stuff. I think that's clearly good enough to counter in this tight of a game. I'm not excited about having to counter that card. I'd rather save that for Mending or Sylvan Awakening or whatever. But I'm at 6 and they have an Icy out, so I can't let a 4/5 hit the board right now. Sigh. Just stop drawing lands and draw some business. Well, that looks like lethal. 3 blockers, 2, 4, 6, 7. That is game. You are the champion, iChess. You are the champion. I did get super flooded again, but you still have a really sweet deck, and you are the champion of the 3-game match. Thank you for playing me that rubber game. It was fun. I hope everybody enjoyed today. It was a lot better than yesterday. Got kind of screwed with that one deck, but still the 7-2 with the red-white aggro, the 6-3 with the blue-green-black soul tie deck that was really sweet. Good luck on your quest for top 10 Mythic. I don't know where you're at now. I know when we played, you were like 19th, so somewhere around there. Hopefully I'll be joining you over the weekend. Thank you, everybody who tuned in today. I'll be back on tomorrow with 3 more Dominaria drafts. For now, who should we raid? Yeah, Ham just fired up. All right, let's raid the Ham TV. I talked about him earlier, Kyle Rose. I've told this story a few times. He actually won my very first Pro Tour. My first Pro Tour was a Booster Draft Pro Tour in 1999 in London. And Kyle Rose, the Ham TV, was the champion of that Pro Tour. I was not the champion. I went 2-4. Everybody have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again, iChess, for that rematch.